Good morning. I'd like to call to order the February 24th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
Koenig.
Here.
DeSerpa. Present. And Martinez.
Present. I'd like to start off by sharing that if anybody feels more comfortable participating in this meeting in Spanish, we do have translation available. We hope that Spanish speakers will contact our office beforehand so we can coordinate that with you. You can do that by visiting their office, sending an email to cobstaff@santacruzcountyca.gov, or calling our office at 831-454-2323. But we also have translation available now if that was required. So please do let us know. I'll now move on to a moment of silence. Do any of my colleagues have somebody that they would like to recognize during today's moment of silence? Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to dedicate today's moment of silence for the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died on February 17th, 2026. As a civil rights activist and leader, Jesse Jackson spent his life fighting against discrimination and fighting for equality, justice, and equal rights, and for peace in our world. And during a time when many of our civil rights are under threat, it's really important for us to remember and reflect on those individuals who, throughout their lives and throughout history, have fought for civil rights, for justice, peace, and equality.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. Anybody else? Seeing none, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd now like to see if there are any late additions or deletions to today's agenda.
There are no additions or corrections.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask my colleagues if anybody would like to remove any items from the consent agenda. All right, seeing none, we will move on to item number 5, which is general public comment. I'd like to invite the public to make public comment on any items on the consent or closed agenda or any subject matter within the jurisdiction of the board. If you'd like to speak on an item that's on today's regular agenda, we're going to ask that you please hold on to that comment and we will hear it when that agenda item is held. Again, if you'd like to make a comment in Spanish, please let us know and we'll provide translation for you. And with that, I'd like to see how many people are here to speak for our public comment. I'd like to ask you to start a line behind this gentleman so that way we can move through the line. Madam Clerk, how many people are on the call who'd like to speak today? If you're on the call, please use your button to raise your hand or dial *9 if you're on the phone so we can see that you're ready.
Chair, we currently have nobody with their hands raised to speak.
Thank you. Given that, Madam Clerk, I'd like to set the comment period for 2 minutes. And welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, hello, my name is James Ewing. At the end of this, I'm going to...
I don't think your mic is on.
Just wait 1 second.
I'll have you take a moment so we can get the tech working for you.
Hopefully I'm recording it. Yes, okay. Hey, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. Nice to see all of you. Sure is easier up on the 5th floor. At the end, I'm going to plug a 5-star hotel that I've stayed at twice, 3 nights in the past 30 days. They let me out, I'm recovering from a major surgery less than 5 days ago. Anyway, I don't know what to title this. A reminder of the film, or larger our society, the good, the bad, or the ugly. You know, I recently was led to watch a Johnny Carson short, about 25 minutes, with Clint Eastwood, and the title was Why Johnny Carson Wasn't Shaking. Clint Eastwood's hand. The reality was exactly the opposite. It's amazing how deceptive some of our stuff is. Amazing thing. So I just have to wonder what types of individuals make up the Jesuits, the Zionists, the Bolsheviks, or the Nazis, besides at least 60% of our current Congress and Senate. It really is kind of crazy. You look at what happened during the Bolshevik Revolution. Some say 60 million Christians were genocided during that period. What is that, 1917 to 1935? Why have the Christians in the United States forgot that this country was founded on Christian morals? And do they not know history? Or they're just not wanting to step up? I don't really know. So I'm actually happy to be here for lots of reasons. And I'm glad to have the recovery that I am. And it's total comedy. I got a call yesterday, and after talking back with Monterey Vascular, they said, you have an appointment tomorrow at 2 p.m. I'm like, wow, that's right when public comments started in the City Council of Santa Cruz. And you have opportunities to speak for 3 minutes several times. But out of respect for that surgeon, that's where I'm going to be. Anyway, nice to see all of you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Martinez. My name is Dana Wagner. I am the Director of Meals on Wheels, a program of Community Bridges. I'm here today to thank this board for the proclamation honoring Meals on Wheels' 50th anniversary. Meals on Wheels started in 1976 as the Golden Age Nutrition Program. In our 50-year history, we have served over 10 million meals to vulnerable seniors in the county. I thank this board for recognition of this milestone. To Supervisor DeSerpa for authoring the proclamation, to Supervisor Hernandez and representatives from Supervisors DeSerpa and Cummings offices for attending our celebration of 50 years at the Chaminade on February 13th, where both former Secretary Leon Panetta and Congressman Jimmy Panetta spoke to acknowledge the importance of this vital safety net program. On behalf of the 1,600 seniors we serve annually, I thank this board for recognizing our contribution to the health of our community. As seniors are the fastest growing segment of our community, the need for programs like Meals on Wheels is ever present. My hope is that Meals on Wheels will be around for another 50 years, having provided another 10 million meals to deserving older adults. I appeal to this board to help me make that possible, and I thank you for your support and acknowledgement. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chair Martinez, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jim Dale. I'm here, I'm the Assistant Division Director of Employment and Benefit Services for the Human Services Department, and I'm here on behalf of the Human Services Department and EBSD, Employment and Benefit Services specifically, to thank you for and receive 2 proclamations. So the first is the proclamation for February 2nd, the week of, to celebrate Eligibility Professionals Week. And as many of you know, eligibility professionals here, called benefit representatives, are the backbone in terms of providing great service to our community, making sure they're eligible for Medi-Cal, CalFresh, General Assistance, CalWorks. And without them, our community would be much weaker off, and we appreciate the recognition and support around their Eligibility Professionals Week for February 2nd. This week, we're actually celebrating the Employment and Training Specialist Week, and the Employment and Training Specialists proclamation is in support of those that provide support to our CalWorks families and making sure that they have the employment and training supports to either go back to work, to get the training and education they need to engage in work so they can support their families. So we really appreciate the support, the proclamations, and the recognition that we receive from the board. And I will say, with my extra time, honor to the Meals on Wheels program. It was my first volunteer experience, and it set me on my path, so congratulations to them on their 50th year.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, CAO Coburn, and staff. My name is David Davis, and I work at the Homeless Persons Health Project. I'm here today to comment on consent agenda item number 36, in which you are scheduled to approve an additional $501,846 to Housing Matters for 2 existing programs. When will the county stop providing millions of dollars to an organization that is causing harm to so many people? This is $500,000. Another $500,000 from the general fund was given to them to purchase the Santa Cruz Inn to make it a shelter. I do not disagree with the programs being funded, just the choice of recipients. All the while, Housing Matters is removing the most critical services from the homeless population, access to bathrooms, showers, and mail services for around 1,700 people by their own count. At the December meeting, Supervisor Cummings stated the board cannot control how Housing Matters runs their business. However, you do control who receives funding. There are many nonprofits capable of doing the same work as Housing Matters. You can also make providing bathrooms and showers as part and parcel of the additional funding. I do not think you understand everything that potentially can and will happen once these services end. Have you been provided with input from the staff at HPHP, Public Health, and Vector Control on the impact of the human waste that will literally flood the streets as a result of this decision? I know you tasked Housing for Health to come back with recommendations next month, but they have been aware of this issue for over a year and nothing has been decided on. I ask that you delay voting on this matter until you have all the information necessary to make an informed decision so that your constituents, the people who are experiencing homelessness, and all the other nonprofits in the county don't have to pick up the pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky Steinbruner. I'd like to support what the gentleman before me just said. I hope you will research this and hold off on funding. To that end, consent addendum 33, bringing up to over $4 million for the camp recovery for drug addiction. Item number 34, bringing up to almost $9 million to Encompass for substance abuse treatment. I ask you to do a performance audit. How are these nonprofits actually making a difference, and are they making a difference? And please consider requiring that they do a one-year pilot of ibogaine for actually treating drug addiction. It is being done in other places. There's a clinical study just completed at Stanford University. I wrote this to you in the public comment for this item. I want to say that I heard nothing announced in Spanish at the beginning of this meeting to allow people who are not English speakers to know that they have to ask for translation. Stop that. You've got to make an announcement in Spanish so that people who do not understand any of what you and I are saying here understand that they can ask for help. I asked for automatic translation. I was told that it's too expensive. It'll have to be found money for in the budget hearings. The city of Watsonville does it. Why can't the county of Santa Cruz do it? You can make an announcement in Spanish. It doesn't cost anything. I want to also say that the battery energy storage system ordinance is woefully behind in letting people know when we're going to be able to comment. The approved draft version online does not indicate any changes made as asked by the board on January 13th. I do note on page 15, radio operability program to be funded.
Thank you.
By this. You should use Prop 172 money instead.
Thank you.
Of putting.
Thank you. Good morning. Before my time starts, can I pass out?
Good hand them to him.
Oh, these are all my friends. I'm speaking about the property, the Nye property, and what is going on there with all the stuff. I don't have 2 minutes to explain everything that I've discovered on the website about this property that has not been, that has not been studied. These frogs right here, they're my friends. These are the ones speaking for this property. Like I said, I don't have enough time to explain everything that's going on with this property. I've asked for more time. I would like to have this decision tabled until I can talk to somebody. I've been on the property 25 years. I know about the flooding. I know how it floods. I know why it floods. there's a lot of unknown stuff out here, and these frogs are speaking. They're there for a reason, and you guys are trying to push something through that shouldn't be pushed through until everything is studied. My frogs. But you guys are trying to push something through that shouldn't be pushed through until an actual study is done on this property. It's killing me. I used to get these frogs out of this little area and take them to my kids' school 25 years ago to watch the pollywogs turn into frogs, and for this project to come through, and Mr. Nye has had a open trench through his property for over 60 years, which he's tried to fill in, have pipes put in, and he's been told this waterway is protected and he can't do that. But yet the builders want to come in and take this water and run it down to Rodeo Gulch and shut off this waterway that goes through his property where these frogs and everything else are. And like I said, I have way more to say than just the 2 minutes up here. And I would like to have more time. I'd like for you guys to listen to what I have to say and at least take into account. But there's a lot of things going on here that are not shown. So these pictures are, one is a property that, with the auxiliary lanes that was taken. And this picture here is from 1951 or whatever it is. Okay, this explains this. And it shows the drainage ditch going through here.
Thank you.
At that time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sean Doherty, and I'm here to comment on the emergency shelters. We had some very extreme weather last week. We all experienced it. It was so cold in the mornings that even when I cranked up all the radiators in my house, my son and I had to put a thick blanket on ourselves when we were sitting on the couch. And there were a lot of people that were outside in that. There were shelters in place. We had staff, and yet those shelters weren't open. I think that we need to relax the criteria for opening them. I think we need to extend the hours. They close at 8 a.m. It's still really cold at 8 a.m. And we need to do a better job of informing the population that needs those shelters, where those shelters are, when they're open. Also, some of them were double booked. There was one shelter that wasn't available because there was a basketball game. So I think we need to look into, I know this probably sounds like I'm asking for a pony, but we got to get some permanent housing for these people. And I know that the state has spent over $24 billion over the course of 5 years to deal with homelessness, and yet our homeless population has increased. I hope that this board is listening to activists within the homeless community, like the Homeless Union, for example, listening to them for ideas on how this problem can be solved in a more cost-effective way. I think our current system of nonprofits that have CEOs making over $200,000 a year and other executives is not the right way forward. It's wasteful. We can't be spending $500,000 to $1 million per unit to house people. We could be doing something for just a fraction of that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Susan Franklin. I live in the Beachcomber Mobile Home Park that is affected by the pending project that is being discussed today. And I have something completely different that I was planning to say until I listened to all the previous people talking about the homeless situation in Santa Cruz, the Meals on Wheels program, the affordable housing, and yet we're here today to talk about 100 units that cost a minimum of $1,200,000. To me, that's not affordable. They looked into a possibility of adding some additional affordable housing within that unit, but in order to qualify for that affordable housing, you have to make $180,000 per year. There are many people in Santa Cruz that cannot afford that. I feel fortunate that I was able to scrape together enough money and be a low-income person to be able to buy the home that I have, but yet that was over $350,000. That's not affordable in many people's eyes. So I just implore you to think about this. This project that's coming up not only does not really apply to many, many people in the city and the county, But it also affects our sewer, it affects especially our parking in that area. There's no parking available to the people now, and yet we're going to bring in 100 units that have 3 and 4 bedroom houses, 3 and 4 bedrooms, 2 garages, not even a carport or a driveway to park those cars in, other than their 2 cars that they put in the garage. So I just implore you to do some more thinking about this project before it's approved, and think about the people that really need the assistance in Santa Cruz County. We need some affordable housing and not million-dollar properties. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you also here to talk about the same project?
Yes.
I wanted to let you, as well as the public, know that right now we're hearing comments on the consent agenda, which is everything that's not on the regular agenda. That item we will be hearing. We'll receive a full presentation on it, and there'll be time for public comment. If you are able to stay for that, I would encourage you to make your comment then. Otherwise, I'd like to welcome you to make it now as well.
I apologize.
No worries. It's okay. It's very confusing. It's not scheduled. Anybody further in the room who'd like to make public comment on the consent agenda or any item that's not on the regular agenda? Seeing none, I'll return it to the clerk to see if there's anybody online.
Yes, Chair, we do have callers.
Thank you.
I don't really understand the difference between consent or non-consent for the agenda. This is my first Board of Supervisors meeting.
Sir, right now we're hearing public comment from the callers. Thank you.
Caller 833, your mic is now available. And just a reminder, it is *67 to mute or unmute. Again, that is the guest with the digits ending in 833. Your microphone is now available. Seems like they're having trouble connecting. I'm going to go on to the next caller.
While you bring up the next caller, I'll go ahead and make an announcement.
Sure.
For those who are new to the room, we are currently hearing general public comment. This is for items on the consent agenda, or really any item that you would like to speak on that's not on our regular agenda. If you'd like to look at our regular agenda, that is items number 7 through 11. And so those are the items that will be heard individually, and we'll have time for public comment on each of those. Otherwise, this would be the time to make public comment. We are currently hearing public comment from people who are online.
Carol, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. This is Carol Bjorn, and I just wanted to reiterate what a couple of the earlier speakers said. I believe it was David Davidson that was speaking about an agenda item on the consent agenda, which it sounded to me from his comment really should be removed from consent. It sounded like it's a huge public health issue that he indicated. And it's really worth the time to remove that from the consent agenda and take the time to make the right decision there and not rush it. So I would encourage you to do that. Secondly, I wanted to reiterate what Becky was talking about. It's really curious why problems don't get solved. Like particularly the homeless problem. So much money goes toward homelessness, and the problem doesn't get solved, and it really makes you wonder why. So really the solution is like, let's do some audits. Let's find out what's working, what's not working, so we literally can solve the problem. And again, it's a public health issue. It's a direct public health issue as well. And it's a compassion issue. It's sad. It's truly sad the way some people are like forced to live. So I would encourage you to do the necessary audits. Let's find out where the money is going, and let's find out the solution. I think everybody here would really support that. Thank you so much.
Guest 833, your microphone is now available. Again, as a reminder, it is *76 to mute or unmute. Seems they're having trouble connecting, Chair.
You might just be
*76 to mute or unmute. It looks like they're having trouble connecting, Chair. We have no further speakers.
Maybe you could say it in Spanish.
Can you confirm that it's *6 or *76? Okay, if we have no further public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments on the consent agenda. I'll start on my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. For items 24, 25, and 28, appointing various people to open seats on the Housing Advisory Commission, including Tom Graham, Deputy Director from the Santa Cruz County Housing Authority, who we'll hear from momentarily. I just want to thank everyone who's stepped forward to volunteer for these positions. If everyone shows up at next Wednesday's meeting, I think we'll actually have a quorum, which would be fantastic. Item 27, resolution opposing seabed mining. I just want to thank Supervisor Cummings for this resolution and his continued vigilance on opposing exploitation of our marine environment. During a roundtable we had where Gary Griggs was present, he said that actually ocean mining is a particular risk for our area because the Davidson Seamount off of Big Sur has a wealth of minerals, and so it is important to pay attention to this and oppose seabed mining in our area. Item 35, the agreement with Santa Cruz Metro in the amount of $100,000 for continued free fares to the South County Government Center. I want to thank Santa Cruz Metro for the partnership in providing fare-free service on Route 78 to the South County Government Center, and I think that our county funding for this demonstrates our commitment to access of all county services, particularly in South County. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Before I comment on the consent agenda, I would like to honor one of our constituents in District 2, Haruyo Sakota Ishibashi, on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Her life is truly remarkable. Haru, as family and friends call her, was born in Monterey County in 1926 after Pearl Harbor, when FBI agents were going house to house ahead of internment. Haru was just 16 when they came to her family home. She calmly told them that all the kids had chicken pox and they couldn't come in, and that night her family drove to Colorado and avoided internment. After the war, she returned to California, settled in Watsonville in the 1950s, and helped build a life in the Pajaro Valley as a strawberry grower, earning respect as a leader in the berry growing community at a time when women growers were rare, and really still are. Through Westview Presbyterian Church, the Japanese American Citizens League, and as the matriarch of a big, loving family, she's left an incredible legacy here, and I'm proud we get to honor her today. Happy birthday, Haru. We have a board proclamation to honor the occasion, and we'll make certain we get that to you in person. Thank you. Thank you for indulging that. On item 26, I appreciate the chance to partner with Supervisor Cummings to support AB 1539, authored by our local Assembly member, Don Addis. At its core, this bill is about making sure presidential and vice presidential nominees meet the constitutional requirements before their names move into the ballot process. So thank you, Supervisor Cummings, for supporting with me. On item 30, approving People First contract to operate shelters. Over the last few weeks, my office, and I'm guessing many of my colleagues here on the board, have received calls and emails from residents concerned about the well-being of unhoused people with the very cold weather. I would like to request a report back on how often shelters are activated, what the usage and capacity looks like, and whether anyone was turned away because those shelters were full. Also, I'd like to review the conditions that have to be met to trigger severe weather shelters. It seems like we could do a better job underneath this framework, so thank you.
On item 37, as Chair of the System Improvement Partnership Steering Committee, this is for child welfare. I thank staff and partners for the work that went into this and the clear focus for the next 5 years, stronger aftercare planning, better engagement and support for parents with complex needs, and building up the natural and community supports so families have what they need to stay stable and the system steps back from intervening. I would also just, and I will do this in March for Social Work Appreciation Month, but just a shout out to all my social work colleagues that work in child welfare. It's one of the hardest jobs there is, truly. And so thank you for everything that you do and everything that you see. I know that it is important work and very difficult work. There's one, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. First, just like to start by thanking Supervisor DeSerpa for item number 26 for bringing this to our attention and asking me to sign on, which I think is very it's timely in terms of the work that Assemblymember Addis is trying to accomplish regarding qualified political parties to certify constitutional eligibility of presidential and vice presidential nominees. Item number 27, this is a resolution opposing federal actions to advance seabed mining and take related actions. This was actually supposed to just be a cleanup item. When we look back at the first resolution that the board passed, we noticed that for some reason seabed mining wasn't included, and the offshore oil comment that was made, the board took action just for one specific comment, not for multiple comments throughout the duration of the process. And so this item was intended to allow for the chair on behalf of the board to sign off on comments that could be submitted throughout this entire process, and also to have a resolution opposing deep seabed mining. But then yesterday, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management actually proposes rule changes to support critical mineral exploration and development essential for national security and economic prosperity. So what they announced yesterday was that they proposed revisions to its regulations governing hard mineral resources on the U.S. Outer Continental Shelf, aiming to advance exploration and development of critical minerals essential to national security, economic competitiveness, and technology progress, meaning that they're going to speed up this process for deep seabed mining. And the proposed changes are actually going to be published today. So it's very timely that we have this opposition moving forward, because currently there's a comment period for deep seabed mining off the coast of Alaska. There's a comment period for deep seabed mining off the coast of Virginia. And we know that there are sites off the coast of California that likely will be coming under threat. So just want to thank the board for their support of us continuing to stay on top of protecting our oceans and our natural resources. Item number 30, this is the contract with People First, and I know Dave Reed's here. I have a few questions. I think that were somewhat highlighted by Supervisor DeSerpa. This is related to contracting for winter shelter, and I was wondering if you maybe could just provide some information about the triggers for when winter shelters are open, and also what opportunities there are for us to reopen the conversation around the triggers for winter shelter.
Better? There you go. Yeah, good morning, Board. Dave Reed, Director, OR3. So the thresholds to open the shelters is a forecasted temperature of 38 degrees or less for 2 consecutive nights. We use that temperature inside the city limits of Santa Cruz and inside the city limits of Watsonville. So when we do a forecast and we work with the National Weather Service, we're looking at the low temperatures in those 2 locations, because we do know that as you get up in elevation, in most situations, it's going to get colder. So a lot of times community members will see that it's going to be 36 degrees or 34 degrees in Boulder Creek or in other parts of the county. But we really are trying to focus on those 2 low temperatures in those 2 locations. So that's one threshold. The second threshold is related to flooding. So if we have a forecasted flooding by the National Weather Service at a certain elevation, there's advisory, warning, or I always forget the 3, but there's tiers of flood advisory. But if we're expecting significant flooding, and then the third is if we are issuing evacuations for anywhere in the county, we would open them. So those are kind of the 3 tiers of criteria. Typically, what we've experienced over the last number of winters is really temperature-based rather than the flooding-based. So those are the criteria. And then one of the drivers for changing that criteria is really around both facility access, staffing resources, and cost. So People First has been a great partner that we've started working with over the last few years. They have staffing capacity issues. They had those last year when we were operating kind of more than 2 or 3 days in a row. And then we do have facility access issues as well. So we typically are opening right now at our 2 vets halls. And so we're trying to work around existing programming to minimize the impacts to the day-to-day operations at those facilities. But there's certainly an opportunity to have more conversation about that with the board.
Great. Well, it'd be great to follow up with you, and maybe Supervisor Serf, if you're interested, we can talk with Dave Reed about this, because I think, the other factor is precipitation more so than flooding. If it's heavy rain like we had the other week and it's, 45 degrees out with winds, that can potentially cause hypothermia. And so I think we can maybe consider and think about what further opportunities and whether we can make some shifts to these criteria for opening. But just want to appreciate the work that you all been able to do, and the fact that we were able to get an MOU with the city of Santa Cruz and city of Watsonville to have winter shelters be available.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Cummings, can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Is that okay? One tiny comment?
Sure, go for it.
I'll just say that on behalf of the hospitals in our county, it's very, very difficult to discharge somebody who's been very ill or had surgery or something to the recuperative care center. Like, there needs to be an authorization in place, and that takes sometimes several days. I've talked to CCAH about it, and it hasn't gotten any better. So on these very cold nights when people are being discharged from the hospital, they don't have anywhere to go. So if somebody could help me work on this, because that needs to be a very easy process so that we can get people who are having a medical situation into shelter.
Yeah, and I think to not speak on behalf of the other director in the room, Director Randy from HSD, I'd appreciate that any conversation we have, we make sure to include Robert and Randy in that conversation, because some of this work straddles the OR3 purview
I get
with
it.
the day-to-day.
I just needed to
for sure.
say it out loud, because I've
Absolutely.
tried to fix it from behind the scenes and it's not working.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, last 2 comments. Item number 36, this is the agreement with Housing Matters, and just want to acknowledge some of the comments that were made earlier. And my hope is that when we get an update on homeless services, that we can get a report back on whether Housing Matters has met their goals in terms of the people that they're trying to serve, just so that we can make sure that the community is aware of how effective these dollars are being spent to help us address homelessness. And then finally, items 46 and 47, these are related to the rail trail. I just want to thank staff for all their hard work. I think that the expectation is that we're going to try to do our best to minimize the amount of trail that goes onto the track, just because of the fact that that's why we accepted that funding in the first place. But knowing that there's a gap, that there's going to be some need to try to get creative with how we're going to make sure that we can make our dollars go as far as they can. So good luck with that endeavor, and look forward to hearing back from you all soon.
Just really quick.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Really quick on 30, we also had the same concern. The city of Watsonville also had the same concern. I think it got like 34, 33 over there, but they have the same concern to be able to open it up when it's cold, raining, stuff like that. We had like over an inch of rain during that last storm, so it got pretty wet and pretty cold, so yeah.
Thank you. My final comments on the consent agenda. I want to thank all of the staff for the good work that's in our consent agenda. There's a tremendous amount of information in here that I enjoyed reading, including the SIP report, which I think Supervisor DeSerpa is a part of, around child welfare, which is very interesting. But I do want to make just a quick comment on item number 42, because there's language in here that I thought I might not ever hear, which is adopting a resolution accepting unanticipated revenue in the amount of $525,432 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It's FEMA. And so I am really glad to see that our team was able to work with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services to secure emergency funding that went to the emergency repair on Mount Charlie Road in my district. That was a critical repair, and now we're finally being able to put that money back in our pocket so we can continue with permanent repairs as well as some road projects. So great work. Having just been at the National Association of Counties Conference, it sounds like, pretty impossible to receive FEMA funding these days. So really, really glad to see that we were able to be successful. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board for action on the consent agenda.
I'll move consent.
I'll second.
Second.
Do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion on consent. I do need to add a little bit of additional direction, though, on one item.
Why don't you make a motion with your additional direction, and we'll see if we get a second.
So this is on item number 27, the seabed mining. Just wanted to add an amendment that would allow for the chair to submit comments on the deep seabed mining proposals. So move consent with the additional direction.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Any further comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hernandez,
Aye.
Cummings,
Aye.
Koenig,
Aye.
DeSerpa,
Aye.
and Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're now moving on to the regular agenda. Our first item on the regular agenda is item number 7, which is to receive a presentation from the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Cruz on recent updates and current issues. And I want to remind the board that we're not taking action on this item. It's just merely receiving a report. But we will be going to the public for an opportunity for public comment after the report, and then we'll come back to the board for questions and comments. So with that, I believe we have with us Jenny Panetta, the Executive Director of the Housing Authority, as well as another guest. So I'll ask you to introduce yourself.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tom Graham. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank you for nominating me to the Housing Advisory Committee.
Congratulations. All right, take it away.
Okay, good morning, Chair Martinez and members of the board. My name is Jenny Panetta. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Cruz, and I'm really excited to have this opportunity to share with you some updates from the Housing Authority, including some positive news about how we've grown and changed in recent years, along with some of the significant concerns and challenges that we're facing in this current climate. And then we'll close with why we remain relentlessly optimistic about the road ahead. All right, nope, back one. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the Housing Authority is an independent, mission-driven public agency that administers a mix of federal, state, and local programs. Our largest programs, by a mile, are federally funded rental assistance programs. We are currently providing rental assistance and housing to nearly 6,000 households countywide, including over 10,000 household members. And as you can see from the chart on the slide here, a lot of the families in our program are some of the most vulnerable members of our community. 43% of the families participating in our rental assistance programs include a person with disabilities. 22% were homeless when they received their voucher, and 38% of households have children in the home. The families that participate in our programs are extremely low-income families with a median household income of just $27,000 a year, which is just barely above the federal poverty level. Rental assistance is at the core of our mission at the Housing Authority, and I'm really proud of our performance here. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program has grown significantly. In the past 5 years, we've increased the size of our Housing Choice Voucher Program by over 20%, which is adding 1,000 additional families to our Housing Choice Voucher Program just in 5 years. We've also increased the size of our budget by $50 million annually. Our project-based voucher program has also grown, which means that we're using our vouchers to support the development of new affordable housing. And so when we commit housing choice vouchers to the project-based voucher program, those vouchers are doing double duty. They're helping families with an affordable income-based rent, but they're also helping new housing to get built. They're helping those projects to be financially viable. We have 25 project-based vouchers that are complete, constructed, and occupied, housing families, and we have 21 more projects that are in our pipeline, currently in pre-development or in the construction phase, representing over 1,600 more affordable housing units that will be coming online in the next couple of years. So when you drive around in the community, up and down the county, everywhere you're seeing affordable housing being built, those projects are being partially supported by vouchers. So as I've shared already, this has been a time of real growth and change at the Housing Authority, and I wanted to share a little bit more about that. In the past 5 years alone, we've established our own nonprofit affiliate called New Horizons Affordable Housing and Development. We also repositioned our former public housing stock to local ownership so that our former public housing units are now owned by our nonprofit, and the rental revenue from those units is generating a new non-federal source of revenue available to our nonprofit organization. In addition to that, we've been selected by HUD to participate in a demonstration program called Moving to Work, and the MTW program gives our agency significant financial and administrative flexibility. So in 5 years' time, a new nonprofit, a new source of revenue, and new flexibility. So when you put all of those things together, we've been able to expand on our mission so that we're doing more than housing, and we're trying to use housing as a platform to improve equity and quality of life. To that end, we have developed a suite of resident services, and this is new for us. We have focused on rental assistance alone for decades. Now, through our nonprofit organization, we're providing scholarships, summer camp grants, tutoring, backpacks, metro passes, all of the services on the slide. This is a partial list of the services that we are currently offering to families on our program through our nonprofit organization. There we go. Oh, can you go back? Okay. Which leads me to the other new significant activity that we have undertaken as a housing authority. Now, many, many years ago, decades ago, in fact, our housing authority built affordable housing. But for the past 30 years, as I've shared a few times, we have focused on rental assistance and rental assistance only. I'm really excited and proud to share that for the first time in 30 years, our housing authority is building again. So we've recently completed our first new affordable housing project. It was a 20-studio apartment project on the west side of Santa Cruz. That's Natural Bridges Apartment. And we have a new project in pre-development at 2021 Chanticleer in the unincorporated part of the county. Our new project on Chanticleer will be a family project. We expect at least 60 affordable units, and they will be a mix of studios, ones, twos, and three-bedroom units. We expect to apply for tax credits, and we hope to begin construction next year in 2027. This is an area of growth for us, so we are also actively seeking new opportunities, particularly seeking opportunities and partnerships that will help our agency build tax credit experience. Okay, now I want to kind of pivot to share some of the concerns and challenges that we're facing right now in this current funding and political climate. I'll begin with the situation with our emergency housing voucher program, which I think you may be aware of. The Emergency Housing Voucher Program, I'll just call them EHVs, was a brand-new program that Congress passed during the pandemic with the American Rescue Plan Act. They gave our housing authority 280 brand-new vouchers to serve the most vulnerable individuals and families experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. The funding that we were awarded was anticipated by HUD to last 10 years. So we got that funding in 2021. It was intended to last at least until 2031, but the costs of the program, HUD went through the money faster than they anticipated going through the money. And unfortunately, both Congress and HUD have made a decision not to allocate more funding for the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. So they have communicated to housing authorities, when you run out of funding, your program is over and rental assistance will end for all of the families on your Emergency Housing Voucher Program. We currently have 250 families receiving rental assistance through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. And our housing authority is committed to doing absolutely everything we can possibly do to ensure that we can provide continued rental assistance to these households. So to that end, what we have done is placed everybody that has an EHV voucher onto our regular Housing Choice Voucher waiting list, and we've created a preference on that waiting list for people that have an EHV voucher. Additionally, we have prioritized EHV households for every single one of the units that our housing authority owns and operates. So anytime we have a vacancy, that unit is going to an EHV family so that we can connect them to a stable rental assistance program. And then beyond that, all of those 25 project-based voucher developments that I shared are completed and occupied. Anytime there is a vacancy at any PBV unit, and anytime there's a new project-based voucher property that's coming online before the EHV program ends, EHVs will be prioritized for those units. So importantly, Harvey West Studios and also Pacific Station North, which are both anticipated to open in the coming months, those will be significant opportunities for EHV households as well. It's not enough. It's not enough. So even though we're concentrating all of our project-based voucher and housing authority unit capacity to EHV households, it's not going to be enough. And there will still be households in the EHV program when funding for that program comes to an end at the end of 2026. The only viable option for providing continued rental assistance for EHV households is to provide every single one of those households with a regular housing choice voucher. And that is exactly what we plan to do if funding in the voucher program allows for it. So unfortunately, here we are at the end of February, and we still don't have information about our funding for the Housing Choice Voucher Program for calendar year 2026. Congress finally passed a budget back in the end of February, but HUD has 60 days after that to provide individual housing authorities with our agency-specific funding, so we won't know for sure what our funding is until the end of March. Right now, the best information that we have available to us, and please keep in mind these are projections, we expect that the voucher program will be funded at a 99% proration. So that means, we would get 99% of the funding we would otherwise be eligible for, but in addition to that slight cut, we also will be receiving no inflation factor adjustment. So when you put those things together, if the costs of the program are rising at about 5% a year, and we're getting a 1% cut, it feels more like a 6% cut. So our funding is not keeping up with our costs. We have been preparing for this, and so we have been implementing cost-saving measures in the Housing Choice Voucher Program for months, ever since we got the news about the EHV program. We have increased the frequency of our reexaminations, and we've also stopped issuing vouchers because of the need to attrition the program down to the number of families that our funding can support, but also to create as much space as we possibly can for EHV households. At this point in time, and again, these are projections, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be able to provide a housing choice voucher for every single EHV household on our program. And so I'm cautiously optimistic that we can avoid a catastrophe with the EHV program. But at the same time, what that means is all of our voucher capacity is concentrated on eliminating rental assistance, just preserving rental assistance for those who are currently already housed. And that means that for the foreseeable future, it's unlikely that we'll be able to issue new vouchers to people from our waiting list. And it's unlikely that we'll be able to issue a new RFP to allow affordable housing developers to apply for vouchers to support new affordable housing. In addition to the funding challenges, we also have some program changes that we're concerned about. And just last Friday, just a couple of days ago, HUD issued new proposed regulations into the Federal Register that would create new eligibility requirements related to citizenship and legal residency. The Housing Authority strongly opposes the proposed regulations that have been issued. It has just been a couple of days, and so we're still in the process of determining what the impacts could be and what our strategy will be, both to engage in advocacy against the proposed regulations, as well as to protect the families that are currently on our rental assistance program that could potentially be impacted by those. Beyond those changes, which have just been proposed for a 60-day comment period, HUD has also talked about a priority for establishing time limits in the voucher program, as well as work requirements. But those changes have not been proposed. And what we're hearing and what we saw in leaked regulations that came out last summer is that those changes, if they happen, are likely to be optional, such that housing authorities could have the option to adopt those policies but would not be required to do so, and our housing authority would not do so. So, despite these setbacks and concerns, like I shared, I wanted to end on a positive note because I really do remain relentlessly optimistic. I believe that we are stronger than we've ever been as an agency. We have new administrative and funding flexibility that gives us room to innovate and come up with local solutions. We have 50 years of experience in administering this program, and so as a reminder, we've been through this before. We've been through changes in the program, changes in administration. We've been through funding cuts, and we have always come back stronger. I'm confident we're going to do that again. So with that, I just wanted to close by thanking the board and staff, not just for the opportunity to present to you today, but also for your unwavering partnership and support for our agency, the Housing Authority, the programs that we administer, and for the families that we serve. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Before I go to questions from the board, I'm going to see if anybody, I think you lost my sound. It's back. Anybody in the audience has any public comment? If so, go ahead and line up right here.
Is it on now? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Becky Steinbrunner. It is concerning to me to hear these numbers ever increasing and the funding going down. But I think that there needs to be a clear preference for these units for people who live and work in Santa Cruz County. I'm aware that that does not always exist, and I would like to ask the board to have a tracking on this issue to make sure that we are offering these affordable units, these emergency housing vouchers, to people who live and work in Santa Cruz County. I'm concerned about counting on the North Pacific Station North because that's in the city of Santa Cruz. And they're supposed to be tracking their numbers too. They have not in the past. The grand jury, civil grand jury pointed that out. So I'd like to make that request of the board. And Measure J, passed by the voters in 1978, requires at least 15% of all new development to be offered to and deed restricted to affordable housing. And I don't always see that happening. So our board needs to make sure that that is happening on any new projects coming forth. Finally, regarding the impending requirement for citizenship, why not offer streamlined citizenship classes to these people to help them, and language classes so they can become legal citizens and not be afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Randy Morris, the county's Human Services Director, and it's very nice to meet you, Jenny. Jenny works very closely with the Housing for Health Division, Dr. Robert Ratner, and I just want to make sure to connect a dot. That is probably well known by the board and the community, but if not, it's the marriage and the partnership between the Housing Authority and the board standing up a Housing for Health Division that did not exist 5 years ago. I've been in the field 35 years. Only 5 years have I overseen a homeless office, and the one thing I've learned is until somebody can help bridge the distance between rent and people's income, all the state funding, all efforts at local government level are limited. It is only because of the partnership with the Housing Authority and the housing vouchers that we work so well together that we have moved from a admittedly flawed point-in-time count of 2,200 people to almost 1,500. The hundreds and hundreds of people that used to be unsheltered in this community are because of the partnership with the Housing Authority and the services that your board has allowed us to build up in the Housing for Health Division. So I just wanted to say thank you to Jenny and make sure the board understands that that connection and that partnership is why we've made progress despite what's the crisis that's still remaining. So thank you, Jenny and team.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the audience, is there anybody on the phone?
We have no callers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for questions or discussion. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Thank you to the Housing Authority for being here today. I'm not on any of the committees that have to do with Housing for Health or housing, and so I had heard that the emergency vouchers were going away, and I was very, very concerned about that, and I needed to know like what the pathway forward was for all of these families that are currently housed to secure their housing, and I feel very satisfied today after hearing your presentation. Thank you so much. Can you just, if you would, just indulge me a couple of questions? How many people, I know that typically the wait list to get a voucher is many years long. Can you tell me about how many people are on that wait list now and about what the wait is to get to the top if it were a normal business year for the Housing Authority?
Yeah, it is not a normal business year
Right.
for the Housing Authority. There are currently roughly 2,000 households on our waiting list. Our waiting list has been closed since 2019. And so families that are, those 2,000 families that remain on our waiting list have been waiting, 7 years at this point in time. Yeah. And over the course of our, 50-year history and my 22 years at the Housing Authority, it's been common for families to wait between 7 and 10 years for rental assistance on that waiting list. And that really just speaks to the disparity between the need for rental assistance and the number of vouchers that we have in the community. We estimate that there are, roughly 20 to 30,000 households countywide that are income eligible for federal rental assistance, and we have just those 6,000 vouchers. And so that disparity creates these very long waits.
That's what I was worried about. Okay. And so it'll be a little bit longer as we take the emergency vouchers and move them to housing choice vouchers. So it'll be a longer wait for people. So I think I heard you say, which is so exciting, that you have projects coming online. Those are buildings that are like project-based vouchers?
Yes, absolutely. And so these
Can you just
are,
talk a tiny bit about what that means?
Yes.
For the general public?
Yes.
Can you also pull the mic closer?
Yes. Let's see. Is that a little better? Okay. The Housing Authority has a set number of total vouchers, and most of these vouchers are what we call housing choice vouchers. Many people know them as Section 8. It's a portable form of rental assistance where people can rent a unit, any unit in the private market with their housing choice voucher. And with a project-based voucher, the Housing Authority enters into a contract with an affordable housing developer. And these are long-term contracts, usually a 20-year period, where affordable housing developers will apply for some number of vouchers. They'll say, we're building this 100-unit affordable housing development, and we need help funding it. So they'll apply for some number of vouchers, and let's say we award them 25 vouchers. That means that in this affordable housing development, some percentage of those units, let's say 25% of them, are supported by a project-based voucher. So that means there's 25 new units that are exclusively available to households that have a voucher, which is helpful because historically, households that have a voucher have struggled to find units in the private rental market with landlords that sometimes are reluctant to accept a voucher. So it's helping families because there's more units that are exclusively available to households with a voucher, but it's also helping those programs pencil out. Because if a affordable housing project has an award of project-based vouchers, they're more competitive when they apply for tax credits, and they also have they have market rate rents coming into those particular units. So it's helping the projects get additional funding, and it's helping them to pencil out, essentially.
Jenny, you know me because we've worked together in the past to house many people, including people with pretty serious and severe disabilities. So my next question, and maybe you won't know how to answer this right now, but how many of the units coming online would be accessible for people with disabilities?
When you say accessible, do you mean wheelchair accessible,
Yeah.
like ADA accessible? I don't have that information
That's okay.
at my fingertips. It's certainly something that we can provide to you.
Thank you. And regarding the new concerns regarding citizenship, because I've gone through this process with many patients and clients over my career, there always were, it seems like there was always requirements that you had to be a U.S. citizen in order to receive a voucher. So the new citizenship rules, are they trying to mandate that everyone in the household is a citizen, or what are the changes?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I'll summarize it. Currently, with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is a federally funded program, at least one household member must be a citizen or legal resident for that household to receive rental assistance. At least one household member. And that one household member does not need to be the head of household, does not even need to be an adult. And so what happens is if you have a household that has what HUD would call mixed eligibility status, so some members of the household are citizens or legal residents, and some members of the household are not, then that family will receive prorated rental assistance. So if 75% of the household members have eligible immigration status, then that family will receive 75% of the assistance that they would ordinarily be eligible for. If only 25% of the household members have eligible immigration status, then they're only going to receive 25% of the rental assistance. So that's how it currently works. Right now, HUD is proposing a change that would require all household members to be citizens or legal residents. And they are not proposing that this change be applicable to prospective new families only. What they are saying is even for the families that are currently receiving rental assistance, and in our program, of our 6,000 families that we're providing rental assistance to, about 270 households are what HUD would call a mixed eligibility status household. If these regulations are implemented, then households would be required to either remove household members or the entire household would lose their rental assistance.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tom and Jenny, for the presentation today. I'm cautiously optimistic on your prediction that we'll be able to house everyone who is going to lose an emergency housing voucher here. That's fantastic news, and as Director Morris pointed out, that really has been the primary tool that we've used to reduce homelessness by nearly 40% in the county over the last few years. So hopefully we can at least maintain that progress, and thank you for all the work that you're doing to ensure we don't go back. One question that was raised, I mean, thank you for the answer for regarding mixed status households. You know, this other concern that came up was that people who are not from Santa Cruz County are receiving vouchers. Do you have any, like, of the 6,000 people, or maybe it's more of an issue with the emergency housing vouchers? I mean, is there some percentage of those? I mean, or can you even ask that question given that you're a federally funded program?
Yes, we can ask that question. I don't have exact numbers at my fingertips. I can tell you that a majority of our households lived or worked in the county of Santa Cruz when they received their rental assistance. And in fact, we have a waiting list preference, a weighted waiting list preference, such that at least 75% of the vouchers that we issue go to households where the head of household or spouse lives, works, or has been hired to work in Santa Cruz County.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's my experience with these kinds of concerns, is that often it's not as big of a problem as people think it might be, because, I mean, first of all, naturally, we have plenty of people who have a need, who live and work here in Santa Cruz County, and it's good to hear that there is a waiting as well. You know, there's also, thank you for the description about project-based vouchers, and there's 25 currently complete and 20 more in the pipeline. Does the 21 in the pipeline include Pacific Station and some of the other projects downtown?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's actually less than I was expecting. I mean, of 6,000 vouchers, only 46 in the near future are gonna be project-based?
Well, of the 6,000 vouchers, let's see, I actually have that number handy. So currently, we have 898 of the 6,000 vouchers that are committed to one of those 25 projects. And then in the pipeline, there's about 700 more vouchers that are committed to those other 20 projects. But those 700 vouchers that are committed to those other 20 projects are helping to bring over 1,600 affordable units to our community.
Gotcha. So those numbers were projects, not actual
Yes.
vouchers. You said 898 of the total is currently?
That's correct.
And something like 700 plus is in the pipeline.
Yes.
So actually, we're looking at more like 1,500 units that will be or vouchers that will be project-based.
Yes.
Great, that's fantastic. I mean, one of the concerns I've heard about the voucher program is that it actually, augments the amount of rent that people not on the voucher program end up having to pay, because if you don't have a voucher, you're still competing with someone who does, and that as we see supply or demand increase or decrease in the market. I mean, we saw a huge increase during COVID. I think we've seen a little bit more of a softening recently, particularly some of the new housing coming online. But if there's that competition out there from folks who have vouchers, then the prices will not fall as quickly. And so seeing you guys actively get involved in building supply is fantastic, because I think that will just help take the pressure off the rest of the market faster. I'm also really glad to see you guys building in our county and particularly in District 1. So the Chanticleer project, that would, I assume, use a project-based voucher for each unit, like so 60-plus vouchers?
Actually, we're hoping to avoid the use of project-based vouchers to the extent possible at that project. I mean, we really want to preserve the vouchers that we have and use them sparingly to support as many new projects as possible. So I wouldn't rule it out, the use of project-based vouchers at any of our projects, but we're not necessarily planning to use vouchers there. There's another form of funding that we're exploring for that property.
Gotcha. So you look at tax credits and sort of how many units you can provide as affordable, that are income restricted but don't necessarily have a voucher, and then supplementing with vouchers.
Yes.
Okay. My final question is, if someone is currently receiving a housing choice voucher and renting something on the open market, can you move that to a housing choice voucher but maintain the same recipient? So you say, let's say the Chanticleer project opens up and you have a project-based voucher sort of allocated on the spreadsheet there. Can you say, hey, there's this opportunity now for you to move into, we'd like to shift this from a housing choice voucher to a project-based voucher. You're still going to be this recipient, still a 2-bedroom, whatever, same type of housing. But we'd like you to move so that we can change this to a housing or a project-based voucher.
I don't know if I entirely understand your question, but we certainly wouldn't be able to require a household to surrender their unit or surrender the type of rental assistance that they're receiving. If someone is living in a project-based voucher unit, they would have the opportunity to move if they wanted to with a regular housing choice voucher. I believe that I'm missing something about your question. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I do think you provide more to the community with project-based vouchers. I mean, as you said, those vouchers do double duty because they're actually creating more supply. And so to the extent that we could move existing housing choice vouchers to project-based vouchers, I mean, that's already happened a lot, 1,500 out of 6,000. Could you continue to do that as new projects open up because you're basically taking the same household and just moving them into a new project, and it's going from a housing choice voucher to a project-based voucher?
Yes, I think I follow you now, and yes. Yes,
Okay.
that is something that we could do.
All right, great, thank you. If the recipient agrees to it, you're saying?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, thanks.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And Jenny, thanks for all the work that you all do at the Housing Authority to try to help get people experiencing poverty off the streets and into stable housing. It's definitely something that, we hear from our community is priority, and so just want to appreciate all the work that you all have done, and also the creation of this new affordable housing developer kind of entity, the nonprofit. It's really great to see that is now something that is new to the community and something that we can all help support. And so I guess one of the questions I have, is there opportunities, like, for example, if there are philanthropic donors that are interested in helping to support affordable housing, does that nonprofit accept donations towards housing creation? I'm just trying to think of, how you guys are getting creative around funding for projects, and if there's a opportunity for private sector folks to help support your projects.
Yes, there absolutely is. So our nonprofit affiliate would accept donations from the private sector or from philanthropic entities.
Great, thanks. Going back to the kind of, the folks that are on the wait list, they receive housing voucher, and kind of the process that people have to go through to find housing. I wonder if you can just speak to that a little bit, and like how much time people have to kind of find a secure location where they can rent.
Sure. So I do want to remind the board that we're not issuing vouchers currently, but just kind of walking through the process. People wait many, many years, of course, to get onto the top of the waiting list. Then they hear from the Housing Authority. They fill out a lengthy application. They provide a great deal of information about their household composition, their income, their assets. It often takes 60 days to go through the application process. Finally, in this scenario, let's say they're successful, they're eligible for a voucher, they receive a housing choice voucher, then what? If they are living in a unit where their household would accept that voucher, they may be able to remain exactly where they are, and that's often ideal. If they're not happy where they are, or if they're not in a unit that they think might pass an inspection, or for whatever other reason they're wanting to move, now they have the task of going out into the private rental market and finding a unit where the landlord will accept the voucher. And of course, landlords are prohibited from discriminating against households on the basis of having a housing choice voucher, but we do still find that some landlords are reluctant to accept vouchers. We provide each household with a minimum of 180 days of search time, so that is 6 months. 6 months of search time. People with disabilities can get an extension for an additional 90 days. That would be 9 months of search time. And in the past couple of years, our success rates have increased. So the success rate measures the percentage of people who receive a voucher, how many of those, what percentage of those successfully lease up, find a unit, and become housed and start receiving rental assistance. 5 or 6 years ago, that percentage was close to 50%, meaning that just about half, just imagine the heartbreak of waiting 10 years on a list, finally getting your opportunity for life-changing rental assistance, and then after 6 months not being able to find a unit. We've improved our success rate. It's about 77% now. And so it is going in the right direction. We attribute that to conducting FMR studies that help keep our voucher payment standards in line with the actual rising costs of market rents. It makes each one of those vouchers more marketable in the rental market. And we also have a number of landlord incentives, some of which are funded through the county, so we appreciate that very much. And all of these interventions have been somewhat successful in helping connect people that have a voucher to a unit.
Thanks. I'm just also curious how your efforts compare to other kind of housing authorities throughout the state. Just trying to help us understand, because my understanding is that some jurisdictions aren't as successful at housing and getting vouchers and keeping at pace with the market. And so I'm just wondering, how do we compare? Because, there may be opportunities to have conversations, and I don't know if you all are having conversations with the other housing authorities, but I know that there are communities that are really curious about, how effective the housing authority is where they live and how that success can be replicated.
Yes, we participate in housing authority industry groups. We're a member of the California Association of Housing Authorities, and we're happy to engage in more conversations. I'm really proud of our track record on this. So first of all, if you look at our program utilization, we are using 99% of our vouchers and 100% of our dollars. And if you compare that to the state average and the national average, the state average voucher utilization is about 86%, and the national average is about 87%. And so we have achieved a much higher level of program utilization, despite the fact that we are operating in one of the most expensive and competitive rental markets in the United States. So that, I think, speaks highly to the performance of our Housing Choice Voucher program. There is a lot of variation in different communities. You're right that not every community provides as much voucher search time. Not every community conducts fair market rent studies, and so many communities really struggle to keep their voucher payment standards competitive with market rents. And most housing authorities do not have landlord incentive programs, bonuses for landlords that will accept people experiencing homelessness, and loss mitigation programs where landlords can file a claim if there's damage to their unit. So we're kind of an outlier in that respect. And part of that is because we've had the support of the county and the cities of the jurisdiction to support some of those landlord incentive programs, but also because of the MTW administrative flexibility that we have. So in some cases, we have more flexibility than other housing authorities do.
Great. Well, I just hope that as we continue to get creative with development, as we see a lot more development come online, that we're able to help more of these folks get into these newer units. One of the things that I've been advocating for at the board is us to have a carve-out similar to the city of Santa Cruz of having 5% of new units be available for voucher holders, and I'm hoping that we can continue to try to get creative so that we can get from what was once 50%, utilization to 77 to 100%, and making sure that we get people who desperately need this housing housed. And so thank you for being here today for this presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Well, thank you for all the work you guys do to provide housing. You mentioned that there may be some negative impacts or requirements possibly coming down the pipeline, and that they may be optional to every HUD office. But if there's any uncertainty, it's certainly what this administration may do next. Is there any discussions? I know you said that you guys meet as an association. Is there any discussions with other HUD offices about a contingency plan if, the administration goes through with these changes that they proposed?
Yes, there's a lot of planning. There's a lot of contingency planning going on among housing authorities. And there's even some legislation that's being considered that would require housing authorities not to adopt certain discretionary policies proposed by the incoming administration. There are some states that have passed laws that said, to the extent that a housing authority may require, have work requirements, then that housing authority must. In our state, there's proposed legislation considering the opposite, that would prohibit housing authorities from adopting such policies if the rules are changed to allow them. Does that make sense? So there's legislation that's intended to protect housing authorities from being required to adopt policies that may be harmful to our families.
If you don't mind keeping us posted on this legislation, or our board chair posted, so we can do some letters of support.
Absolutely. In fact, beyond that, we are preparing to oppose the new proposed regulations related to citizenship and legal residency. And I would appreciate the board's support in opposing that if that's something that you would consider. So I'll reach out to staff with more information about that.
Thank you. And the cities too, especially Watsonville.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just want to start off by appreciating the very informative presentation. I think you answered a lot of questions about the status of the Housing Authority, and what became clear to me is that the Housing Authority is in such competent hands. Your agency was facing a cliff as it related to the emergency housing voucher program, and to see how diligently you put together a plan, and they are continuing to implement a plan to avoid 250 families from falling into homelessness. It's incredible work. You guys are unsung heroes when it comes to preventing homelessness. So thank you so much for that incredible work. I did, kind of following up on what I heard from Supervisor Hernandez, as board members, we are often doing advocacy and speaking with our state and federal representatives, and we hear the threats that the housing authority and housing programs are facing. Is there any advocacy that you would advise us to be a part of, or anything we can do on your behalf to support our residents?
Absolutely, and I'd like to, reach out, separately to the board and to staff, because I don't have a prioritized list at my fingertips. I think it would start with opposition to the proposed regulations regarding mixed citizenship eligibility status families. That would be number one, and funding. Just funding for the voucher program would be number two. And so there's probably a few other high priorities where, the board may be helpful in helping to advocate for us. Certainly those are 1 and 2, and maybe I could get back to you on some of the other priorities.
Thank you. And then, what message would you have to the public, perhaps landlords who are out there who may consider accepting vouchers, or folks who are seeking housing? Is there anything that you'd like to share to the public right now?
Those would be a little bit different messages. We're certainly doing our best to attract and retain our landlords. If you're a landlord out there, if you've had a bad experience in the past, if you haven't participated in a housing authority program lately, maybe give us another look, because we have changed a lot. Our voucher payment standards are keeping up with market rents more than ever before, and we've got a pretty nice suite of incentives for landlords, including a signing bonus and a loss mitigation program. How many tenants come with a guarantee? So we think we've put together a pretty good package to attract and retain landlords and provide more housing choices to our families. And, to families that are participating in our programs, I think a lot of families are concerned when they see the news and they hear about funding cuts. We do not anticipate that families that are already receiving assistance with a housing choice voucher will be impacted at all. And so it's really just a matter of, can we provide enough funding to give a voucher to every single emergency housing voucher recipient? And for the many thousands of families that are on our waiting list, or that aren't even on our waiting list because our waiting list is closed and they're waiting for an opportunity just to wait. We ask for your patience and also continued advocacy, but also please don't give up. And if you have not subscribed to Housing Authority updates, you can go to our website and you can sign up to receive alerts so that you will find out the minute our waiting list opens and you can jump on it right away.
Thank you so much. Well, we really appreciate the presentation and all the good work that you're doing in the community. Keep up the good work, and we really appreciate the opportunity to partner with you.
Thank you.
So going back to today's agenda, we have a scheduled item at 10:45 that'll be we anticipate will be very brief. And we also have agenda item number 9 on the regular agenda that we anticipate will be brief as well. So what I'd like to do is call agenda item number 9. Then if there's time, we'll take a 5-minute break or so, come back for the 10:45 scheduled item, and immediately following that, we'll go to item number 8, which I expect might take a little bit longer. So I think that'll be probably around 10:50. So with that, I'm going to introduce item number 9, which is consider approving in concept an ordinance amending sections 2.37.030 and 2.37.040 of the Santa Cruz County Code purchasing procedures and take related actions. And today we have a presentation from our Director of GSD, Ms. Finley.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Kimberly Finley. I'm the Director of General Services. Item 9 is a request to approve in concept an ordinance amending Section 2.37.030 and 2.37.040 of the Santa Cruz County Code related to purchasing procedures. The proposed ordinance updates the county code with purchasing procedure changes by increasing the dollar threshold from $5,000 to $10,000, under which departments may declare personal property as surplus. This change aligns the county code with the auditor controller's current capital asset threshold of $10,000. The item also improves administrative efficiency, reduces unnecessary delays, and allows departments to operate more efficiently while maintaining fiscal safeguards. We therefore recommend that the board approve this ordinance in concept. Staff will return to your board on March 10th for a second reading and final adoption. Additionally, we request that you direct the clerk of the board to publish the notice of proposed ordinance summary in a newspaper of general circulation at least 5 days prior to the scheduled second reading, pursuant to Government Code Section 25124. So basically, this is just an administrative change, which would change the threshold for internal departments declaring surplus from $5,000 to $10,000 without needing to come to the board. That is the conclusion of my short presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'd like to open it up to public comment. Is anybody in the room here to speak on public comment on this item? This is item number 9, yes. Let's give a moment and we'll start the clock once your mic works.
problem.
All right.
100 units? No, my bad.
Are you here to speak on a housing project? Okay, that will be around 10:50 or so. Thank you. Any comments on item number 9? Anybody on the phone?
We have no callers online, Chair.
So moved, Chair.
Thank you. We have what's that? We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez. That was quick.
Second.
And we have a second from Supervisor Cummings. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So we will now take a 10-minute recess and return at 10:45 for our scheduled item. And following that, we will return to item number 8, which is the public hearing related to 5940 SoCal Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll now bring us back from recess.
Recording in progress.
We are now moving on to our scheduled 10:45 item, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. I will now call to order the regular meeting of the County of Santa Cruz Flood Control and Water Conservation District, Zone 5. Could we have a roll call, please?
Director Koenig.
Here.
DeSerpa.
Present.
Hernandez.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
Balboni. Clark.
All right, we have a quorum. Are there any additions or deletions to the consent and regular agendas?
No.
All right. We'll move on to item 3, oral communications. Does anyone wish to address the Zone 5 flood control and water conservation district on anything today that is not on our regular agenda? All right, seeing none, move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any comments or questions about the consent agenda? All right, any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll return it to the board for action.
I'll move consent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Director Cummings, second by Director Hernandez for the consent agenda. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye.
And Koenig, aye. All right, that passes unanimously by those present. And with that, our business is finished, and I will adjourn the meeting. Back to you, Chair Martinez. It was on the consent.
Excellent. Okay, back to me. That was record time, Supervisor Koenig. We are now returning to item number 8. We will be holding a public hearing to consider application number 241488, a proposal to subdivide an existing parcel to create 100 condominium parcels and to construct 100 residential units within 17 three-story buildings at 5940 SoCal Avenue. Approve in concept an ordinance approving amendments to a planned unit development, Ordinance 5027, as allowed by Santa Cruz County Code relating to establishment of development standards for APN 029-02147, and adopt resolution adopting the addendum to a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and take related actions. So today, as a part of process, we're going to be hearing from our staff. Then we'll have 10 minutes to hear from our project applicant. If there's any organized opposition, we will offer them 10 minutes as well. And then we will be returning to the board for questions. We will go to public comment and we'll return to the board for deliberation and a motion. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing and turn it over to Mr. De Silva. DeSalvo, sorry, our planner.
Good morning, Chair Martinez, members of the board, Jonathan DeSalvo, CDI Planning Division staff. The item before you is a proposal to subdivide an existing parcel to create 100 condominiums and construct 100 units within 17 three-story buildings. The project requires approval by the Board of Supervisors of amendments to Planned Unit Development, or PUD, Ordinance 5027, a land division, a site development permit with design review, and to adopt an addendum to a mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The subject property is located to the south of Soquel Avenue between Madison Lane and Chanticleer Avenue on an approximately 5-acre site. The surrounding neighborhoods are commercial, residential, and public facilities in use. The surrounding pattern of development consists of the Beachcomber Mobile Home Park to the south of the site, plant nursery and building supply retailers to the east of the site, and a landscaping products retailer, county sheriff's offices, and an assisted living facility to the west of the project site. Highway 1 is located to the north of Soquel Avenue from the site. Next slide, please. Thank you. The subject property is located in the multifamily residential 2,000 square feet per dwelling unit regional housing need R combining district, or RM2R zone district. The project would result in a development which is consistent with the permitted uses of the zone district. The county processed a PUD and initial study to identify required conditions of approval for the construction of a by right housing development of 100 residential units on the subject site. On December 9th, 2008, the Board of Supervisors approved a development permit which included a PUD together with a general plan amendment from CS to RUH, rezoning of the property from M1 to RM2R, approval of riparian exception, and certified the mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. PUD essentially functions as a site-specific zoning ordinance incorporating all of the development standards for the site design on a parcel and provides a basis for recording the environmental mitigation measures that accompanied the rezoning to the R combining district. The PUD modified the site development standards in effect in 2008 to reduce the amount of required parking and allow taller structures, among other modifications, in order to accommodate the development of housing at a density of 20 units per acre on the subject site, resulting in a PUD for 100 dwelling units. In order to allow the development of the site to be by right, meaning that the density cannot be reduced and no additional CEQA review can be required for the use, CEQA analysis was done at the time of the rezoning and PUD adoption. The project site is located within the RUH, or Urban High Density Residential General Plan designation. Surrounding properties are located within the RUM, or Urban Medium Density Residential General Plan designation, CS, or Service Commercial Light Industrial designation, and the P, or Public Facilities designation. Oh, so we jumped ahead one slide. The following slides are a few photos of the project site. This photo looking southwest shows the project site to the south of Soquel Avenue. The existing site has been used for various storage and salvage yard purposes and contractors' offices. Many of the structures have now been removed from the site. This is a view of the project frontage looking southeast. Along Soquel Avenue, the proposed frontage, sidewalk, and roadway improvements have been reviewed by the CDI Public Works Division, and as conditioned, will meet county requirements per the plan line for Soquel Avenue. Additionally, in conformance with the PUD, a sidewalk would be constructed off-site across the adjacent parcel to the west of the project site, currently containing a landscaping supply business, Ewing Outdoor Supply, and would connect to the existing sidewalk fronting the sheriff's property at 5300 Soquel Avenue. Construction of this off-site sidewalk would allow for continuous pedestrian connection along Soquel Avenue from the project site to the sidewalk network to the west of the site, including the new bicycle and pedestrian Highway 1 overcrossing at Chanticleer Avenue. Emergency-only access, or an EVA, would be provided at the west side of the project site, blocked by a security gate that would extend emergency vehicle access via establishment of an easement across parcel number 029-02159, which is a county-owned property. As conditioned, the easement must be executed prior to final map approval. With this easement, the project would gain secondary access for emergency vehicles from the project site to Chanticleer Avenue. The building massing would follow a linear arrangement, which is typical for townhome developments, and will essentially be mirrored on either side of interior roadways containing a width of 24 feet, with several segments such as alleys in the EVA containing a minimum width of 20 feet. The interior roadways provide access extending from Soquel Avenue to all units throughout the project site. The PUD calls for village clustering and site design, the townhome-style buildings, and multimodal connectivity throughout the project site, and shared common areas achieve this concept well, given the space constraints of the size of the site to accommodate the 100 by right residential units. The proposed sewer layout includes a new sewer collector on the adjacent county-owned parcel via recordation of an easement. A will-serve letter from the County Sanitation District has been issued for the project. As far as stormwater design, the proposal includes on-site drainage facilities that will capture and treat all on-site stormwater runoff, and a biofiltration facility outlined in green at the center of the development. After treatment, runoff will be routed to a new storm drain system located within the Soquel Avenue right-of-way. The project will construct a new storm drain system in Soquel Avenue that will route runoff from the site and from upstream of the site down Soquel Avenue, approximately 1,600 feet eastward to Rodeo Creek Gulch. The new drainage system will be sized in conformance with county design criteria requirements to accommodate existing and future build-out of the watershed considering current zoning. This drainage system will address existing drainage concerns in the project vicinity. The project will connect to water supply from the existing network on Soquel Avenue and has also received a will-serve letter from the City of Santa Cruz Water Department. Landscaping is proposed throughout the development, wrapping private yards of the units, lining interior roadways, and wrapping the periphery of the project site and frontage. An approximately 0.041 acre of artificial wetlands or other waters would be impacted by the proposed project. The permanent loss of waters of the U.S. or state would be avoided through creation of a 0.1 acre seasonal wetland at the northwest corner of the project site. As conditioned, the wetland will be seeded with native wetland vegetation and monitored via a wetland monitoring plan. Between buildings 3 and 4 at the northwestern portion of the site, a large common usable open space, including a picnic area and a children's play area with climbing logs, is proposed. Per the request of the Planning Commission at the project's hearing on December 10th, 2025, the applicant added additional trees and taller fencing along the rear property line at the south side of the project site as circled in red on this slide. As mentioned with the prior slide, the Planning Commission requested additional screening along the southern property line. In addition to adding trees, the applicant also revised the fence design to an overall height of 10 feet from the base of the retaining wall to the top of the fence lattice in conformance with the request of the Planning Commission. It's indicated in the fence detail on the left and the brown dashed line on the site plan on the right. The Planning Commission also requested that the project add additional guest parking where feasible without lowering the proposed density. The applicant has redesigned the guest parking plan, increasing the number of guest parking spaces from 15 to 20 spaces. The proposed 3-story homes would contain 3 bedrooms and internal garages for 2 cars. The buildings contain similar floor plans, with some buildings providing reverse floor plans and variations in the balcony and patio sizes and orientations. The existing PUD allows for buildings to extend to 35 feet in height for three-story structures, and the proposed buildings measure about 34 feet 4 inches in height. The exteriors of the buildings would consist of a mix of plaster, board and batten siding, and balconies with metal railings. A mix of three-tone coloring would be used on all facades of the buildings. Under the existing PUD, the project site is currently entitled for a total of 100 units, and the current application has been made for the 100 units allowed. As the original PUD was not reviewed by any design team to assess the feasibility of designing and fitting 100 units on the site, the applicant is requesting amendments to the PUD to provide a project that meets real-world conditions, current codes, and the present-day cost environment for multifamily housing. The PUD amendments, as proposed by the applicant, are identified in the staff report. Environmental review was conducted, and an initial study was prepared for the adoption of the existing PUD, and the mitigated negative declaration was certified by the Board of Supervisors on December 9th, 2008. The mitigation measures were also integrated into the PUD. An addendum to the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, or ISMND, was prepared for the proposed project. The addendum is necessary to address modifications to the approved PUD and minor technical changes in the biological resources analysis in the 2008 ISMND. An addendum is appropriate because there is no substantial changes to the project or circumstances under which the project is taken, and no new information of substantial importance that would result in new or more severe significant impacts. The addendum and the mitigation and monitoring reporting program are attached to the board's CEQA resolution. At its December 10th hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project, adding that additional screening be added to the southern property line, further parking be added to the project as feasible, and to increase the affordable housing requirement from 15% to 20%. As detailed in the Planning Commission staff report, staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission was to grant the requested PUD amendment to 15% affordable units, which is consistent with the county's current code and as the applicant had originally requested. Staff has included 2 draft ordinances for this project attached to the staff report. One ordinance provided in attachment C reflects the 20% affordable housing requirement as recommended by the Planning Commission, and an alternative ordinance reflecting a 15% affordability requirement has been provided as attachment E, which is consistent with current code as originally recommended by staff. The board can elect to either approve the 20% requirement as recommended by the Planning Commission or the 15% requirement as recommended by staff and the applicant. In conclusion, as summarized, the recommended actions for the board are as follows. Conduct the public hearing, adopt a resolution adopting the addendum to an MND and MMRP, approve application 241488 with findings and conditions, approving concept and ordinance, approving amendments to PUD Ordinance 5027, including a recommendation of a 15% affordability provision. Staff is available for questions. The applicant is also present and can provide a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now turn it over to the project applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to present your application. You can use it however you'd like. If you would like an opportunity to rebuttal, actually, let me just ask, is there an organized opposition group in the room or just people who are here to speak on public comment? I don't believe we do. So this will be your 10 minutes. You won't be rebuttaling anything.
Thank you. My name is Jeff McMullen. I'm with the KB Home. So thank you, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. We've been working on this project for a little over 2 years. Our application's been in the with the county for a little over a year. We've had some good discussions and gone through all the departments with the county. So I'd like to thank them for that. It's been a hard work and really appreciate getting us to this point. I have our architect today with us and our engineer, should there be any questions. I'm just going to give you a quick briefing on some of the key issues here. Our project is exactly 100 units consistent with the original PUD. Not one unit more, not one unit less. It's exactly 100. We've designed it to be townhomes, which Jonathan showed you. Those plot at exactly 20 to the acre. This is a 5-acre site, so that density fits this site exactly. These are for sale townhomes. These will be sold to the public. They are 3-story, 3 and 4 bedroom, 2-car garage, and they are, I think, the perfect product for this because the average price of a home in Santa Cruz is about $1.3 million. These are targeted to be below that price point, so it's a good entry-level home, new home for people to be able to create home ownership in the county. This project will provide 15 affordable units. I know there's been some discussion at the Planning Commission about 20, but we do not support that. We support 15. These 15 would be built for moderate income homes, and they would be for sale, and they would be qualified to the moderate income families in the county. The development will bring much needed infrastructure to the area. We're constructing a storm drain down Soquel Avenue to Rodeo Creek. It's historically been a problem in the county, flooding, a lot of issues. This storm drain reaches beyond this property. It's not just for this property. It extends to the community and the surrounding community. And I think it helps solve an issue that's been there for years. Also, we're building the streets and the frontage road, the sewer lines, a lot of infrastructure. Finally, we're planting over 190 trees. So I think I'll give our architect a chance to show you the site plan, but I just wanted to thank you for hearing us and to look forward to your approval. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'll go through this briefly. I know Jonathan gave a really in-depth overview of the project, but I just want to highlight a few more things for you. Am I able to advance the slides or? So again, here's a picture of the existing site that we feel is looking for development to help the housing shortage in the county. Artist rendering, everything might not be perfect in this, but this gives you an idea of the architecture and what the project will look like down the road. Here's our site plan. As Jonathan mentioned, we have addressed some additional landscaping at the south side of the project. And then on the left side, you'll see the screen detail where we have our 3-foot retaining wall, 6-foot good neighbor, typical wood fence, and lattice of 1 foot tall on the side there. And then that was based on discussion at the Planning Commission meeting and input from adjacent neighbors. Here's our overall site plan showing the BMR locations. So again, these are same units that occur through the project. You won't be able to tell that they were the affordable units once they are fully developed and finished. I'll just skip through this one. We kind of went over the utility connections already. This one does highlight in green, circled in the red, that the additional parking spaces that we added based on discussion during the Planning Commission meeting. Again, we weren't able to look at adding further based on the density of the site. Just a quick note on the storm drain that Jeff just mentioned. You can see a picture there on the left that we took during one of the recent storms, so that you get a picture of what we're trying to help mitigate here. And then won't touch too much on the floor plans themselves, but we do offer 3 different floor plan types, ranging from 3 to 4 bedrooms, living spaces on the main floor, typically a den or a bedroom on the first floor, and then bedrooms on the 3rd floor. Here's a typical building, a 6-unit building, so the units are repeated within the different buildings on the site. And then our architecture, we feel with the mix of siding, horizontal, vertical, and stucco lends itself to a more industrial feel for that area. So just highlighting a few things, as mentioned, 15 deed restricted for sale townhouses at a moderate income. We are planting 191 new trees. We are, with this project, helping the county achieve arena goals, providing the storm drain infrastructure, and providing for-sale housing for the area. And thank you. We're here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation. I will now open to public comment. So if you're here to speak on this item, we're going to ask that you line up here. We will be giving 2 minutes for public comment per person. If you already spoke on this item during the previous public comment period, you are not able to address us again. And with that, I open the floor.
Morning. My name is Linda Lawrence, and I live in the Beachcomber Mobile Home Park, and my unit backs up to this project. The units are going to be 12 feet from my bedroom window. With the height of the fence and the amount of trees that they're planting there, I will have, and the size.
Can you move the mic closer?
And the height of the building, I will have probably zero light in the back of my home. Traffic in this area is already impacted, especially at commute time. It's only going to make things worse because they only provide 2 parking spaces per unit. At the price of the units, this is not affordable housing. We do, as you heard earlier, we need more affordable housing, and we need more affordable rentals. I did check, and the units downtown are starting at $3,100 for a less than 2-bedroom apartment. And for the amount of contamination that's probably on that property is great. I've lived in this area my whole life. I'm in that area and lived in that area, and I know of all the storage that's been there. There's been tow companies, private people, cars have obviously leaked and leaked and leaked into that area. So I am not in favor of this project at all. I think if this project had passed, they have not taken into consideration the residents of this county.
Now I'm good. Good morning. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I work for the Carpenters Union, Local 646 here in Marina, representing members on Santa Cruz County, Monterey, and San Benito. As this project currently stands, we do not support it because there has been no commitment to using a responsible general contractor, a responsible contractor that support apprenticeship programs, healthcare, and a good retirement plan. These standards matter because we want to raise the standards, create opportunities for the members, and also make the workforce locally even better. We know that how expensive Santa Cruz is, and a lot of the people is crossing the hill just to support their families. Thank you for your time.
My name's Sam Nye. I own the property that's just south of this project. I had no intention of speaking this morning. The guy that was going to do it had to go to work. So I'm really not very well prepared for this. I do have one question. It's my understanding that eventually the drive-in theater is going to be developed. But right now, the drive-in theater is right across the freeway from our property. And there's a pipe that goes under the freeway and brings all that runoff over around my property. My main concern is the runoff, the way it's being handled, is it enough to keep us from flooding? I don't want to flood. Now, I understand they're going to go down Soquel Avenue to the next ravine and dump it all down there. And the question is, how do we know when the drive-in theater develops into who knows how many condominiums or whatever, how is it going to be enough to handle that? And I guess that'd be a question for the engineers, if there are any engineers here. That's basically all I have, all that I can think of at this point. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandra Carroll. I live in the Beachcomber Mobile Home Park for 46 years. I do have an issue with the emergency exit for Mr. DeSalvo mentioned. He said it's county-owned property. That's the sheriff's department. I find that real estate developers using the sheriff's department as their emergency exit is not very commendable. I think that's questionable. I think this project is very expensive housing. It is not what we're used to in that neighborhood. And they have, they're bringing in a lot of trees. They're also destroying 70-year-old redwood and eucalyptus to put in their 17 units. I think this project is too big for that spot, and they have not taken in consideration the parking or the vehicles. Every project that has come in to our area has immediately turned that street that used to be our homes access into a parking lot. When I moved into Madison Lane, it wasn't a parking lot until they developed the land with houses and with duplexes. Soquel Avenue is a parking lot sometimes now only because they can't get on the freeway. I think more consideration should be made for accessing vehicles being able to get to their homes and also park at their own homes, not in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
I would like to encourage you to pass this. We need more housing. If you don't put it where this is proposed, then where are you going to put it? This is an empty lot, so it's a good place to develop something. We do need more affordable housing, so if you could pass it at the higher level, that would be awesome. I understand why the builder doesn't want to do that. And I don't know what studies have been done to ensure that the drainage and so forth that they were talking about will actually be enough, not just for that development, but the surrounding area. I couldn't find where that information was, but thank you.
Hi, I'm Carla Nye, married to the man that owns the adjacent property, and we fought that situation our whole life. They're flooding. That is one of the issues. Do you want to give me the pictures? We want these pictures of the flooding. There's pictures for all of you. Good evening, Karen. Fought it for 50 years, but that's one of my situations or questions. My other one is, during all the presentations, including the housing department earlier, it was 25%. They were talking about affordable housing. The developer here mentioned 20%, and yet they've settled for 15%. I don't understand that, so I'm hoping that you'll vote for the bigger one and maybe even the recommended one, because there's so much new building going on in the county. Downtown feels very claustrophobic to me to drive through all those new high-rise buildings. And this one's going to be in Mid-County, and there are many others being planned. So in all of those, I urge you to adapt the higher percentage of affordable, not even low income, but whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner. I've been watching this piece of property for a long time. I used to work at Far West Nursery for a few years. That's the Petrakis property that's adjacent. And regularly in heavy winter rains, the whole back of the nursery would flood. So as Mr. Nye pointed out, it's not just the ditch along SoCal Avenue frontage road that has to be dealt with. There's a pipe that comes under the freeway from the Skyview Drive-In area that delivers an enormous amount of storm water there. And the nursery floods regularly. So adding this project to all of that, I don't think that the bioretention area singled out to handle is going to be enough. And I don't think there's been sufficient analysis of the stormwater drainage for this project. I don't understand how your board can accept an 18-year-old environmental document and think that it's okay, because things have changed, including our storm pattern. So I also note that the planned unit development that was approved for this included 40% affordable housing. How can we possibly accept a lower amount, especially given what you've heard this morning? So I think there needs to be a complete new environmental analysis that is current, and that this goes back to the drawing board. This was an affordable housing overlay area. I'm aware of that from Housing Advisory Commission meetings I have attended. So it was intended to have 102 units that were all affordable. So don't let this slide away. And I don't think that it's fair to dedicate whatever comes, 100% of the affordable, to moderate income. We need low and very low income units. And I am worried also about the fire engines. If 3-story, they'll need to bring ladder trucks. What about the curves and the accessibility through the sheriff's department?
Thank you.
For ladder trucks. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the room, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair, we do. We have callers. Mike, your microphone is now available.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. This is Mike Guth from District 1. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. So I want to let you know that way back when we were doing the 2004 housing element and we had to make the combining districts to pick some spots and do the PUDs, I sat on the Planning Commission at that time for District 1. I was the alternate to Rob Bremner at the time, but I wanted to share with you some of the history, just so you hear it, of the problems with the site. Not urging you to deny or approve, but just you cannot overstate the runoff problems that you have in this area. I'm looking at a overhead satellite view as I speak to see all of the runoff that crosses the freeway. There were big issues with regard to the wetlands that were just in this part of the Live Oak Plain. There were claims that they were Section 404 protected waters of the United States, and there was good basis for that. And then the county, it interfered with development in these areas, but you could starve the wetlands by putting in a pipe along the highway on the frontage road, divert all the water, dry them out. That's actually legal, crazily enough. And but there's no way that the pipes that they're planning along SoCal Frontage Road to go over to Rodeo Gulch are able to handle what's coming when you have a big year. Although the big years are low probability per year, over time, it's 100% that they're going to come back. The drainage areas in the Live Oak Plain are enormous. This area is especially heightened, and I just need to like you to hear that there are going to be big flooding problems in this area. It was recognized when we were doing these hearings way back then, and we're not taking the approaches back then that were sort of promised that would be used. I wish I had more time to go into that. Last thing that I'll say is, it was also brought up in those hearings that putting high-density housing next to the highway, that's the lowest air quality place. That's not where you want to raise kids. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Denise, your microphone is now available. Denise, your microphone is now available. Denise, your microphone is now available. Chair, it looks like she's lowered her hand. We have no further callers.
Thank you. I'll now close our public comment period and return it to the board for questions and deliberation and action. Supervisor Koenig.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll begin by pointing out that this is a site that the county designated for housing nearly 20 years ago. And so I'm grateful to KB Home that you're coming in and finally proposing to build exactly the homes that we asked for 20 years ago. I mean, we asked for 100 homes and you're proposing to build 100 homes. And so I don't think that we can really argue with that. It also, I believe that this does a good job of maximizing the utilization of the site. As was pointed out, the townhomes, 3-story townhomes are really the perfect product or the perfect housing to build here in that it's not 5-6 stories type construction, and at the same time, it's it's something that you can actually, that will pencil out and that you can actually afford to build. Now, some concerns were raised about access through the Sheriff Center, emergency access, and I think the sewer easement. My understanding is that that the county is getting something in return for that. I believe it's or some sort of preference for county employees that they'd be given early availability to purchase the units before they are listed on the open market. Is that correct?
There's a memorandum of understanding prior to recordation of any easement on that property that was executed between between real property and the applicant, sort of to set expectations that those easements across that sheriff's property could be established, the EVA, the utilities easement. And I believe as part of that, there was an agreement in that preliminary agreement itself about some sort of preference for a certain amount of time for county employees to be given first opportunity to purchase the units.
I mean, that's great, right? I mean, it's not to be understated. I think as we're going to hear in the next item on the budget, housing costs are a huge challenge for the county. The higher housing costs are, the more the county has to pay its employees, and the more then we struggle to come up with the revenues to do so. And so the fact that we'll be offering, that county employees will have an opportunity to purchase these homes is great. I believe, so I mean, let's talk about the 15% affordable units that are being proposed. Do we have some sense of what those units would sell for?
Yeah, we have Principal Planner Suzanne Issei here, who's going to give you a much better explanation on that. I'll defer to her.
So the affordable prices change over time. It's a dynamic formula that we plug in the prevailing interest rate. At the time, we use an annual index from Freddie Mac. We also plug in the homeowner dues, the monthly homeowner dues for that particular project. So it will vary from project to project. I can give you an example of some recent prices from condominium units that were sold in Aptos Village Phase 2. The 3 bedrooms there, I believe, were around like 423,000. So in this case, it would be 3-bedroom units. The pricing there will depend on the 3 primary factors that go into our formula. One is the prevailing interest rates. 2 is the dues, and the 3rd one is the annual income limits that the state publishes. They publish a median income amount, and so those 3 factors, typically the median income either stays flat from year to year, it could go up a little bit, it generally doesn't go down. So if they're building out, let's say they're completing 2 years from now, it might be flat or it might be a little bit higher. Interest rates, we don't really know where they're going. They could go up or down. And HOA dues, I would imagine on this project, they'll probably be a little bit lower than they are in Aptos Village just because of the different housing type. So lower dues means the price could be a little bit higher. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, so the comp to Aptos Village at around, I think you said $420,000.
For the 3-bedroom.
For a 3-bedroom, so $420,000, $500,000. I mean, that is extremely affordable for a 3-bedroom unit. I mean, a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath home. I mean, I think it was pointed out by one of the folks from the public that even a mobile home today costs, I mean, someone started, I think, about $300,000 that they paid for it. I mean, most mobile homes today cost more like $500,000. So you're really talking about a townhome with 3 bedrooms, 2+ baths for the same amount. I mean, that is very affordable and deeply discounted from the market rate, which would be over $1 million. So I don't think that we should poo-poo that as, nothing. I mean, of course, we'd always like more affordable housing. Of course, 20% would be great. 40% sounds great. But we have to recognize that if we ask for too much, we could end up with nothing. And I mean, that is what affordable housing looks like today. I mean, folks are saying, well, build different kinds of affordable housing. I mean, you've got to understand, I mean, I think, again, the mobile home park is a good comparison. We have actually put such strict rent control provisions in place for mobile home parks that no one is actually interested in building more mobile home parks. So that is not an option. This is really the only kind of thing that that makes sense to build, and we're getting 15 deeply discounted units as a result. And I'd rather take 15% of 100 rather than 20% of 0. So I'm ultimately supportive of the 15% rate because it's going to mean we get these 15 affordable homes. I do appreciate the work that's been done in response to the Planning Commission's suggestion to improve the screen between the homes to the south, including the mobile home park, as well as and others, both in terms of the 10-foot fence and the additional trees. I think that will really help, respect the privacy of neighbors. I also want to point out that this project is to the north, so it's not going to be blocking anyone's sun. The sun is to the south. And so if yes, it's possible your backyard is north-facing, but this is not going to mean less sun. Finally, a lot of concerns were raised about the drainage issue, and I understand that a significant investment is being made to upgrade the storm drain. Could staff speak to, what figures were used as far as calculating, a 25-year event, 50-year event, 100-year event, whether the property to the north, the drive-in site was considered, future development of that and potential inflows from that property as well? So yeah, the
project was reviewed by our Public Works Stormwater Management staff. We do have Director Machado here as well. And did you want to speak on this item?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Matt Machado, Director of CDI. I appreciate the question and the opportunity to share on it. We are looking at a design that will accommodate the north capacity that is troubling today, that is, was shared out today. And so we're working with the applicant's design engineer to make sure that we size that properly. So there will be significant community capacity in that pipeline. And you asked the question, it's a 25-year storm event is what we designed for. Now, we also include the treatment, which the on-site bioswale, that's the pre-treatment, and then we'll also be doing treatment as it goes into the gulch down Soquel Avenue. So we are being very, very mindful of the community needs, especially to the north, that area that's undeveloped, Good Shepherd and the Sutter site. So we believe that we'll have that accommodated quite well with this project.
Right, and if this project did not move forward, do we have any plans or funding available to actually build that storm drain infrastructure?
We do not.
Right. So, I mean, is there a threat to like the roadway if, in a 100-year event or something, if there's absolutely no improvement to the current ditch?
Right. No, I mean, this solves a pretty significant community problem that we have. So this is a real win for the area and the community as a whole.
Right. And then on the site, there's, as you pointed out, there's the wetlands feature. So, the frogs will still have a home. And there's also retention under the green space. Is that right? There's a cistern or something to that effect.
I do believe they're designing some of those elements into the project. So a lot of the detail isn't done yet, but we've been collaborating and we recognize the needs and we'll make sure we account for it all.
Right. And of course, any development on the drive-in site would also have to do some stormwater retention so that that would further reduce the impact if such a development happened.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who this question would be best answered by. But in terms of the development, and thank you to Supervisor Koenig for his the great questions that he asked. Almost everything is answered for me. I did, over the weekend, I was at a convention and I did see our carpenter union up there, and they remain concerned about the developments in this county and the lack of use of represented labor, local labor, et cetera. So I'm wondering who can speak to that in terms of not just this project, but any project that might be going forward. Because certainly, I think all of us sitting up here are interested in making sure that our local labor that's competent and represented is used on many of these projects. So is there anybody here who can speak to that? I don't know, Peter or maybe KB wants to talk to that.
Respect to the affordable housing projects that are supported by state, local, and federal subsidies, they are very often subject to what's called prevailing wage and different labor standards. So we do, in our section in housing, we do work with a lot of affordable housing developers that are subject to the type of standards that I think were referenced by the speaker today. On the market rate side, I don't think we have anything in place in the county in terms of a requirement for market rate developers, but that's certainly an option that the applicant has. I don't know if the applicant wants to speak.
We've used contractors, subcontractors. KB is our own general contractor. So we basically hire subcontractors and stuff that work for us. They're all highest quality subs that we can buy, and we would do the same here. There is no subsidies or any requests for any subsidies on the affordable units. We're essentially financing that, so we don't have any of these restrictions in that sense. But that's not to mean that we're not using the contractors that are. If we can find local contractors, that's usually the best for us anyway. But it's a free market, and it's a bid process that we go through on every project. So we're not excluding anyone, and we're including everyone.
Thank you. I will say, and so thank you to KB for answering that question. I really appreciate that. We have the highest number of skilled journeymen here in our Watsonville area, just south of where we sit now. And I think all of us care deeply that our own residents here in Santa Cruz County get a crack at some of these projects. So thank you for considering that in the future or on this project moving forward. I will be in support of this today. I really I appreciate that these projects do not pencil out at anything at this point greater than 15%. I wish there was some way our county could provide a subsidy so we could make it a higher percentage, but I understand that these projects are very expensive to build, and I appreciate your willingness to come into our county and build this. I think it'll be very helpful for our housing stock, and I look forward to its completion.
Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation, for bringing this project forward. I do have a number of questions before I make some comments on this item. So one of the things that came up in the presentation from staff was that the PUD wasn't reviewed by the design team. I'm just curious why that wasn't the case.
Yeah, the PUD was developed essentially by the planning department, by staff. There was no applicant proposing a project at that time. So there wasn't a set of plans that we were analyzing that was a design for that site. We were just establishing standards for the by right approval of the 100 units on that site at that time. Does that make sense?
I don't know if that necessarily answers my question. Maybe I have actually a few questions for the developer. First question is, I'm just curious, like when this property went up for sale, and maybe county staff can help answer these questions too. Like when did this property go up for sale, and what was the time between when it went up for sale to when it was purchased?
Defer to the applicant.
Do not own the property at this time, and we're in contract to purchase it, and we entered into that contract about 2 years ago.
Okay, so maybe county staff can provide some background and history on the property itself.
Good morning. I think everybody, Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director, CDI. I just wanted to add that there was a potential medical office building proposed on this site, and those folks were under contract. Eventually, due to corporate decisions, they decided to move on from that. Before that, so that was maybe 2020, maybe. Before that, there was no interest in selling the property that I'm aware of. So it sat for a very long time, nearly 15 years before there was interest.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is really understanding kind of the history of this site and how, because what we've been presented with and what's in the packet, provides information that going back to around 2004, 2008, there was a process, a community process, a lot of staff time and resources that went into designating this affordable zoning area. And for all this time, and I will say that this went through the community process, this went to the state, and it was approved in the housing element back then to allow for this a level of affordability to be on this site. And so the concern I have is that, with the fact is that we don't have many, I would assume, and maybe you can clarify, it doesn't seem like there's that many sites that require this level of affordability in the county.
What do you mean by this level?
40%.
There are approximately 5 sites that received the RM2 zoning, which was the RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Allocation Overlay Zoning. And each of them at the time had the 40% affordability in it because that's what was in the code at the time.
later. In 2015, 2018, the codes changed, recognizing that 40% was not feasible in our market. And so that was based on a Nexus study that was changed to 15%.
Well, actually, my understanding is that the Nexus study showed 23%.
23% for some portion, I think the more above mod units.
Because my understanding is that what's going to be sold here, this isn't, and just for context, the 15% inclusionary that came through Measure J for low income, it's for low and very low. And what we're talking about here, which was actually reflected in the 2014 Nexus study, is this is going to be moderate homes for sale, right? And in that 2014 Nexus study, it showed that 23% was an okay percentage in terms of for moderate income housing. And that's what we're going to get here. So I understand that the 40%, maybe that's too high, we need to make an adjustment. But what the study showed from 2014 is that 23% is actually feasible for moderate income households. And that's what we're talking about here today, as opposed to low and very low. I mean, that's a concern that I have, is that we're now dropping our standards below what was even brought up in the Nexus study for what will be moderate income housing. And this is the missing middle that we constantly talk about. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have with us dropping it to 15, because this isn't low and very low income housing. This is, 120% of area median income. That's like, a little bit more than what we're making.
And that's consistent with our code at this time.
Right. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have really with this project, is that, we are conceding a lot by going against what even the state signed off on in terms of affordability, and trying to understand who the owner was, I think for me is important, because, I guess why all of a sudden is a developer coming in and we're making changes to accommodate this land use when, it was signed off on by the state that 40% for affordability was something that we should aim towards. And we know that that's the housing that we desperately need in our community. I mean, we had a presentation from our housing authority who outlined that, there's an opportunity for them to be able to build more affordable housing. This is one of the few sites where we could actually get the housing achieved. And so while I understand that there's some concern with the developer, and I actually was hoping to meet with the developer, but unfortunately they went on a ski trip and canceled our meeting. But, I really want to try to understand how we can make this work, because I will also say that while these, and maybe this is another question for the developer, how will we be able, you mentioned in the presentation that these are going to be below a market rate, or the average cost of our home, which is 1.2 million. How are we going to guarantee that?
There is, obviously there is no guarantee, but just the very product type that was selected here, townhomes, typically sell for lower than the single-family detached homes or the other more expensive homes in the county. So my point is that by approving this type of product, these type of townhomes, you're approving something that should sell at a price point at the market rate that's actually below the average in the county.
Well, I think that, one of the concerns I have too is that these units will be subject to market pressures, and it will be whatever the market will bear will determine the price of these units. When it comes to the affordable units being at 120% of area median income, it would seem to me that we would try to maximize that middle missing income housing. And I think that, as Supervisor Koenig pointed out, we're going to have a presentation on our mid-year budget. And what it's going to show is that recruiting and retaining people in this community is one of our biggest challenges as it pertains to housing. And that missing middle is something that I think that we need to be maximizing in order for us to also meet those RHNA goals, which we are not achieving. So, I think that what the Planning Commission recommended is actually reasonable, given that we're reducing the affordability percentage. And, I think we really need to be fighting for that kind of housing. If there needs to be some further conversations, I think that's, that would be important for us to have. And also, I guess the question for the county is, we've allocated funding towards Measure K. Is there any opportunity or like, where's our affordable housing fund at in terms of how much money we have and the opportunity to help subsidize, if necessary, for the preserving and having more affordable housing?
About our current housing special revenue funds for our locally available funds. You may recall on a recent board agenda, we did request your approval for a notice of funding availability. Available approximately 1.5 million for new affordable rental housing and also housing rehabilitation of affordable housing. That's pretty much using up the available balance that we could put to those uses at this time. Additionally, there was a sort of policy document adopted by the board years ago when that Affordable Housing Impact Fee Fund was established that set up priorities for use of that fund, and it really prioritizes using those funds for assisting affordable rental housing with an emphasis on very low, low, and extremely low. So we haven't historically used those funds for supporting a market rate development to do, additional for sale units.
Supervisor, if I may chime in, I wish our timing was different for presentations, but on March 24th, we're going to bring a general plan report, annual report to your board. And we actually have some really interesting affordability data that we'll share. And I'll just give you a glimpse of it here just to help this conversation along and give you more data to think about for your decision today. But in our current housing element for the past 2.5 years, we've built nearly 300 homes in total. It's not a lot. We're trying to, roll that up a bit. But out of those nearly 300 homes built, nearly 50% were low income. And so we're hitting the mark there. Actually, the moderates, the missing middle that you talk about, we built 61 of those, which, is decent numbers. But what's even more exciting is in the pipeline. Now, the pipeline, as we define it, are projects that are entitled but not yet permitted, or applications that are under review, or even a pre-application or so. And when we look at the pipeline of what's coming, we have over 1,100 units in that pipeline. And as it's proposed today, nearly 60% of those will be low income. And so that's really exciting. I don't know if I have a breakdown for the missing middle for those. I don't think I do. It's just that 60% is a mix. I'm sorry, I said low income. That 60% is a mix of all affordable units being proposed in the pipeline. So just for your consideration that there's a fair amount that we've delivered in the last 2.5 years, and there's even more coming. So just more data for the conversation. Thank you for letting me speak.
And I just want to clarify as well that, and I appreciate those comments. I think would be helpful and would have been helpful for us to have had that conversation before, especially to understand this missing middle for sale housing that we desperately need in our community. And I guess one other issue that's of concern to me is that we are told it doesn't pencil out, but we are not provided any data. There are no numbers. We received 0 numbers on why 20% won't work. And that's a problem for me, because we can say, this won't work and that won't work. But the reality is, if we're supposed to be making data-driven decisions, then why can't we see the numbers to clearly understand why that won't work? So, for me, I think that the Planning Commission reached a reasonable compromise with this project. And I think that their recommendation is actually something that, it's not perfect for either party, but that's sometimes what compromises are. Aside from the affordability issues, 3-story townhomes, I think that fits very well within the character of the community. I think it's something we want. These for sale units are something that we want. The fact that it's on a lot, we're not destroying a whole lot of natural habitat. I think that's great. But the only issue I have is seeing if we can get to at least 20% on a parcel that was actually zoned for 40% affordability. And again, when we talk about the 15% affordability, market rate projects are subsidizing those units for low and very low income people. If we're building housing for people who are making 120% of area median income, there should be some way to make this happen. And so I'm supportive of the Planning Commission recommendation on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez.
I just want to say that I want to echo some of the affordability units that my colleague Supervisor Cummings mentioned, and also some of the labor issues that Supervisor DeSerpa brought up. And that's all I want to say for now.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. First, I'm going to really zero in on the 15 to 20% affordability topic. We're approving a lot here, and it sounds like there's kind of universal support for the general project moving forward. So I'm going to keep my questions focused there. And I want to start by just asking, for the sake of us and the public, a little more about the Nexus study. Kind of what does it do? What does it tell us?
Thank you, Stephanie Henson, CDI. Are you referring to the last Nexus study or the upcoming Nexus study?
The upcoming Nexus study.
Okay, yeah. So the upcoming Nexus study is largely a market analysis that will look at the inclusionary rate, currently at 15%, and whether that's appropriate or whether it could be, in our case, raised. And it will also look at the level of the affordable housing impact fee and whether that's appropriately at the appropriate level to fund the affordable housing that we need, or if the market will bear more than it will. So it's largely a market analysis of where we are now.
And was it a Nexus study that got us to the current inclusionary rate of 15%?
That's correct.
And what do we do with that? Do we share it with the state, or does it become our code? Where does the 15%
Yeah,
sit?
it's in our code. Importantly for us, it's also in Measure J, so that ends up becoming kind of a floor for us. It's a voter initiative. It would be very difficult for us to go below that.
And so if we were to insist that a project couldn't move forward without meeting something above our inclusionary rate, does that come with any risks or consequences? This might be actually a county council question.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's the very short answer to your question. I mean, there's two risks involved. One risk is that a developer pulls out because they can't make it pencil out and they just leave. The second risk is that in certain situations, it's possible for a developer to file an inverse condemnation lawsuit involving a regulatory taking. I'm not that concerned about that happening here, frankly, from all of the information I've seen. It's possible, but I don't believe probable. And, but if that risk does eventuate, that could come with a hefty bill. At the end of the day, if the county were to lose that lawsuit, it's uninsured money that would come from the general fund to pay whatever damages would be at issue, as well as attorney's fees. So it's possible.
Thank you. And this is a question for, well, actually, before I move on, in previous board decisions over the last several months, we have been kind of deferring to the Nexus study, and we're trying not to make kind of one-off decisions about projects without having a universal direction for future projects. Can you share just, is that something that you'd continue to recommend? we're being asked, we're being given a couple options, and one is kind of very specific to this project versus sticking to what we decided previously or what the code says. Just how would you advise us?
The staff's recommendation was to stick with the 15% because that's what's in our ordinance. That's what this particular developer has been planning for. There was staff support for this amount. You know, there's probably additional risk too that the board, in going higher, could be taking actions to thwart the approval of housing development under the Housing Accountability Act. So our staff recommendation remains to stick to the 15%.
Thank you. And then I do have a question for the developer now. You know, we did receive a letter on your behalf, and it says really clearly here, the Planning Commission's recommendation would render the project economically infeasible. Can you just speak a little bit more to that?
I just, you know, it is infeasible in our estimations of what the product would do, and it is not meant to be a threat, but it's just the reality of the situation. If there's an approval with more than that, we simply won't buy the property and build the project. It's just because it won't hit our minimum investment standards. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did my colleagues hear that okay? Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have some more comments, but do we have any more questions? So I appreciate hearing that, and I want to start off by thanking you for bringing this project forward. I think this board should be proud anytime any housing actually gets built in this community. We need housing. We just had a board retreat several weeks ago with all 5 of us, and what came up over and over and over again is the importance of housing, you know, in particular affordable housing. It comes up as it relates to our workforce, our local businesses, our healthcare workers, our students. It has an effect kind of down the line in our healthcare services as it relates to, you know, mental health and substance use and kind of the stability of families and having, you know, a healthy community. And, you know, in my district, it comes up a lot as it relates to aging and folks having a place to age, particularly as, you know, the more kind of rural housing options are more difficult for seniors, and something like a townhouse model is a good fit for that population. And another thing that we talked about in that retreat was that we can't let perfect be the enemy of good when it comes to housing. I would love to see more affordable units. I think every one of us would be thrilled to approve a 100% very low affordable housing project. And I think that'll come to us. We have a number of projects in the pipeline. But for this project, what we're hearing from the developer is that that's not realistic. And we're not just hearing that from the developer. We also received a letter from Santa Cruz YIMBY, who's compelling us, asking us, please pass at 15% affordable because we can't risk losing projects. We can't risk housing not being built. We can sit here stubbornly and, you know, try to dictate how to do this, but what we will get is 0 new units, and that's not something that I think we can afford to do today. Our Nexus study establishes the inclusionary rate of 15%. State law supports that as well. And so I'm going to be supporting the 15% affordable housing option today. You know, there's a lot of ways to get more affordable housing in this community. One is by requiring affordable housing units. which are subsidized by market units, doing a variety of ways of developing really specific affordable units. We have that in the pipeline, not enough, but we're working towards it. And another way is to increase the overall supply of available housing in general so that housing prices may level out. We're seeing that in other parts of the state, even expensive parts of the state, where housing prices are leveling out because they are making progress in their housing development. And we can't allow housing to be such a scarce commodity, and we can't sit here making decisions that slow down the development of housing because we just can't afford that. So I'm just really, I will be proud to support a housing project to move forward. And that's where I'll be going with this. We don't have a motion on the floor yet, so I'll turn it over to Supervisor Koenig for a motion.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Chair, in that we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and this is a good project. So with that, I will move staff recommendations.
A second.
Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I just want to make some clarifications because I do think that there was some information that was misrepresented in some of the comments that staff made right now. So page 426 of the Planning Commission agenda report that came out on this item, I'm going to read exactly what it says. Affordable housing obligations for regional housing needs are combination districts. The primary purpose of the regional housing needs are combining districts is to provide for densities of 20 units per acre. These districts and densities are needed in order for the county to meet its regional housing needs assessment obligations. The 40% inclusionary obligation that applies to these districts addresses a policy objective but is not required to meet the county's housing element obligations. The finding of the nexus analysis support, on average, a maximum inclusionary obligation through 150% of AMI, or approximately 23%. This maximum falls short of the standard 40% inclusionary obligation for properties within the R combining districts, although it has not yet been determined if the requirement must be justified by a nexus study. Additionally, the financial feasibility analysis indicates that the 40% inclusionary requirement is not financially feasible without county subsidies. What I really want to highlight there is obviously the 40% is not feasible, but the 2014 nexus study, which has been completed, that we have, and we can reference, because we can't reference something that hasn't been done yet. That nexus study says that on average, a maximum inclusionary obligation of approximately 23%, that is feasible. And that is the housing that we're creating. 15% applies to low and very low. We're talking about moderate income housing. That's the missing middle. That's what we need. I'm going to move that we, based on that, which was taken from our 2014 nexus study, and based on what was presented to the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission's willingness to compromise, I'm going to move the Planning Commission recommendation for the 20% affordability.
Can we just 1 second?
I'll second it.
Okay, because there's a second on the substitute motion, so the substitute motion will be heard first. However, I think that the original motion needs to be amended before your substitute motion was heard, and I think that it just needs to be amended for the record. Your motion will still be heard first.
I believe what County Council is referring to is that we need clarification that in the motion that I made and Supervisor DeSerpa seconded, it was for the 15% affordable.
Yes, I think what you meant to say is accept staff recommendation with the 15% affordable rate. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so now that that's clear, the substitute motion for accepting staff recommendation with the 20% inclusionary rate will be heard first.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Do we have further comment?
I'll just say respectfully, 2014 was 12 years ago, and the price of a home in Santa Cruz County at that time was $665,000 on average, so less than half of what the median sale price is today. I respectfully believe that that data is no longer relevant. I will plan to vote no on this motion.
I will also, excuse me, we're not going to do any shouting from the public. Thank you. So I will also be voting no because unfortunately, what the five of us have inherited are decades of decisions trying to be perfect in housing development, which has meant no new housing. And today, we have an urgent need to develop new housing in this community. We hear it every single day. It's the number one issue in this community. We're with many of our affordable housing partners who are urging us to support the 15% rate. So I will be voting no on the motion as well. We have no further comments. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye. Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa.
No.
Martinez.
No. Motion fails 2-3. We're now going to move on to the previous motion, which was made by Supervisor Koenig and seconded by Supervisor DeSerpa. Is there any further comment on the motion?
I will just say one thing, which is that, and I hear Supervisor Koenig's concern with the Nexus study being from 2014, and that's, about 12 years old. I will say that that is what staff also used to make their recommendation that we reduce the affordability from 40% to 15%. So it's just one of these things. I think this is a conversation that we need to have with staff, because I feel like there are times when policies are picked and choose, and we use things to justify certain things, and then other times we say, well, we have, that's too old and it's outdated, and we have to do something new, or we have to rely on a new study to make certain decisions. That being said, obviously we tried to support the Planning Commission and their objectives, and I think that we should be maximizing, although at the same time, I'm not going to vote against a project that's going to bring at least 15 units of for sale middle income housing online. So I'll be supporting the motion, and just hope that we can meaningfully try to meet some of the goals and standards that we set for ourselves in the past as it relates to making sure that we have all forms of housing coming online. Very low, moderate is what this community needs, and we need to maximize that to the great extent feasible.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, we are going to take recess for a lunch period in closed session. Do we have anything reportable for closed session?
No.
All right, and we will return at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to begin with our final item on today's regular agenda, which is item number 10. Consider the general fund mid-year budget report with updated estimates for fiscal year 2025-26 and updated general fund forecast. Schedule public hearings for the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget, beginning on May 5th, 2026, continuing to June 10th, 2026, and June 11, 2026, and concluding on June 24th, 2026. Schedule June 24th, 2026 as the date to consider amendments to the county's unified fee schedule and take related actions. With that, we're going to begin with a staff presentation. It looks like our staff's already joining us. Welcome. I think we're going to start off with CEO Coburn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'm Nicole Coburn, County Executive Officer. Today I'm joined by Elisa Benson, my Assistant County Executive Officer, and Marcus Pimentel, the County Budget Manager. I want to acknowledge Ryan Friedwork worked very closely on this staff report and presentation with us, but due to the length of time we've been spending on items, we've consolidated the number of presenters. But I did want to acknowledge Ryan's hard work. So next slide. So today, the objectives today, we're going to provide you with an outlook on the upcoming budget for fiscal year 2026-27 and beyond. And as part of this, I want to note that this is not your normal routine mid-year budget update. In the past years, these updates were what I felt were very technical and informational. What we're going to present to you today is an attempt to have more of a discussion around the budget, to think strategically and engage with you, which is different from what we've done in the past. I do want to note that we have a number of recommendations in the staff report. Because this is a lot of information to take in today, I want to at the outset say that we are recommending all of the recommendations, but to withdraw number 2 related to having the robust discussion on the foundational principles. We're going to cover that today, but we want you to listen and to think about it, and then we will come back on March 10th to really engage further on those principal budget the foundational principles that we're using to craft this new proposed budget. Also today, we're going to talk about all of the risks that the county is facing with regard to the upcoming budget and the status of our reserves. We're taking some immediate fiscal actions to help rein in some of our costs because of what we're seeing. So we're going to go through that. And like I mentioned, we're going to discuss the principles that would guide budget development, but return on March 10th with a further discussion and potentially direction from the board. This fiscal environment that we're now facing is unlike anything we've really experienced because of the changes at the federal level. And so we're going to be talking about some of the structural risks we're facing, what the exposure is at the federal and state levels, and those actions we're taking now to address all of it. Next slide. So why we're here. Our fiscal outlook has worsened recently, and this is the result of several factors. The first of which is our county costs are rising very quickly, more quickly than our revenues. And as Marcus is going to discuss, we are now facing a fiscal year 2026-27 general fund gap that's projected to reach about $23.2 million. The other factor that's most significant is just the significant and evolving impacts from the federal budget and policy changes, primarily of which is H.R. 1. This on its own is resulting in an additional $25.6 million in increased costs and reduced revenues, and we're going to talk with you further about that. Lastly, in the governor's proposed budget that Newsom introduced in January, there is no funding to backfill counties, so really insufficient funding to cover our federal and state mandated programs. And this last point is really critical, so I just want to emphasize it. The state of California is the entity designated to administer these state and federal mandates. They have delegated responsibility for that administration to counties, and we as a county, with our other counties that we are members of through the CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, feel very strongly that the state of California needs to step up and provide a long-term funding solution for these realigned mandated services that have shifted to counties. Our realignment revenues are just not enough to sustain these services. And so we are working closely with CSAC and our partner counties to try to figure out what it is that we're going to be asking of the state of California to help us solve this problem. I also want to note, just as a whole, the challenges with the county's costs rising, and really that this has been developing over a number of years, and we're going to have to look really carefully at developing a sustained, deliberate approach to resolving the structural imbalance we're facing. We're going to be discussing many of those details, and like I mentioned, we're already taking some steps to address it. But we feel like we have some ideas and a path forward in terms of coming to you all with a balanced budget. So next slide. So with that, I think I want to turn it over to Marcus, who's going to discuss our situation and some of the risks.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. I do just want to, again, thank Ryan for your help and guidance and support in getting us to this moment and creating the content and helping reimagine how we visually present this. So I hope this lands well with you today. Our forecast has worsened. Just a few months ago when the board saw the last version of our forecast and the adopted budget, we are a little bit more optimistic in our out years of 29-30, 30-31, seeing a bell recovery. That has changed. And we'll talk a little bit about that more. It's detailed in our board report. But like any forecast, this is a forecast that's a snapshot in time as of the month of January, where we finished the first 6 months of the year. So it's a snapshot in time of our current operations, not the direction we are going. If we do nothing, this is what we face. We will do something, and we've already been doing things. So that's really a really important takeaway, is think of this as a leading indicator as we move into budget development season of the trend that we're facing and the trajectory that we are having to resolve. Included in our forecast are strong presumptions of property tax growth, sales tax, mild growth, vehicle license fee growth. We are being very credible in our revenue growth. We are not holding back there because we realize if we hold back on our conservative projections on revenue, it makes those gaps worse. So we've worked with our assessor recorder on really projecting out credible numbers for our property tax growth, which is our biggest tax base. So we feel we have good revenue growth built into the model, and these are still the size and shape of the problem that we have. And I want to just reiterate, this is as a snapshot in time, and this will be continued in the next several slides. This is if we do nothing, and we already have done things, and will continue to do things, with the aim of presenting to this board a proposed balanced budget. So what's shifted? So in our forecast that I referenced in our adopted budget for the 25-26 year, we were projecting 26-27 to have a gap of $7.4 million that we were worried about trying to solve. We are now projecting a revised gap of $23.2 million. Our most significant delta in this forecast is really understanding the impacts of our intent to hold and to provide compensation to our employees over a long period of time, commensurate with what our peer agencies are doing, and realizing the pressures that our employees have on cost of living and just costs in general. This board has tried to find that balance, and when we revised those long-term estimates, we found that combined with good news, we've been doing more hiring, we have less vacancy rates. The financial impact is in the past, we were able to rely on larger vacancy rates to account for more budget savings. So the combination of those revisiting our calculations over the long term and lower vacancy assumptions have created this delta of $22.1 million that added to our forecast. What I want to really call out there is that $25.6 million bar there. That's HR1, and that's our current latest estimates, less than what we thought in December, but still a sizable amount that baking into our forecast would put us at real jeopardy if we can't solve for it. Right now, I'm looking at our department's health and human service directors. They are faced with the challenge of solving for that $25.6 million as they're developing their 26-27 budget. So our presumptions in the forecast is that HR1 will be resolved from a budget development standpoint, and actions we are taking now with some revenue growth will culminate to about $31.9 million of things we can credibly project for next year based on January of 2026. So resulting with a forecast of $23.2 million. Say it once, say it twice, say it three times. Our costs are growing faster than our revenue growth. So the chart at the top is trending on the percent of annual growth in red of our expenses as compared to the percent of annual growth of our general fund revenues in green. In the first 4 years of our forecast, our cost growth is far outpacing the modeled revenue growth, and there is revenue growth. Where this becomes a problem, of course, is the bar chart down below, which is projecting out our deficits, our revised deficits. And this is a moment of time where if you go back to our adopted budget for 25-26, you would see 29-30, 30-31, 32, 33, start seeing green bars in those years in our prior forecast. The cumulative effect of less vacancies, of the impact of multi-year agreements has really shifted our economic outlook in our forecast, where a $67 million deficit is persistent throughout the remainder of this forecast. Again, this is if we do nothing and we do things, we will do things. We are doing things now. So I'll let Elisa and Nicole really kind of talk to that as we wrap this up. What I want to reiterate here is the elements that we go into a forecast. We begin with a kind of a rear view mirror look of what's been going on in our actual results every year, dating back to 2019, 2020. We look through 6 years of actual results, and we look for the trend data indicating the direction we're going. We look at this current year in the direction it's going with first 6 months of live data, and then compare that first 6 months to every prior 6 month period in the prior 6 years. We can kind of estimate historically the trend line of those first 6 months where it results out. We then compare that to budget. We then compare that to state and national data. We compare that to local data. We get information from our partners who help us model sales tax, and we get information for our assessor recorder on property tax. We take all those data points and we validate that against our forecast. And that's what we end up giving is a really what we believe to be a confident general fund-wide forecast that's indicative of the direction we are going. Again, this is a snapshot in time that really helps us shape what we have to do going forward. With the risk that if we are unable to solve for HR1, if we are unable to solve for the $25 million at risk, that forecast will get worse. That $67 million plus 25, we're north of $100 million. So that's our concern. That's what we're working towards now, and that's why this moment is bigger than these typical mid-years have been in the past. And with that, I'll pass it on to Elisa.
No.
Oh, me. I had a note to myself to pass it on, and this is me. Sorry. So the risks we are facing moving forward include federal, state, and our own local economic. The impacts from HR1, as this board has been frequently updated, last December 16th, we had a preliminary estimate of an exposure up to $50 million. We've refined those estimates, and we're now looking at a $25 million credible impact from HR1. If you look in the staff report, you'll see some variation of some of our costs in HSD or some of our risks in Human Services departments have gone down, but our risks with CalFresh have gone up. So we've had some winners in our evaluation and some losers, still with a persistent $25 million at risk from the impacts of HR1, as Nicole mentioned, because of the state's actions to shift their responsibilities down to us. We now bear the brunt of those costs, and the governor's budget failed to include any funding to meet the mandates that they require of us. From an economic standpoint, or I'll stay in the state lane for a little bit because we do want to talk about, we've talked about in the past, property tax and sales tax allocation, where our property tax, we're getting 13 cents on the dollar, 13.4 cents. And we've documented that, and we've compared it where we sit amongst all of our other county peers, and we're near the bottom of that chart. You know, we are systematically disadvantaged from the allocation model on property tax. We are also systematically disadvantaged in how sales tax is allocated. And we've been able to estimate over the last 6 months, credibly, that there's about $10 million annually that's lost out of our general fund. $10 million of sales tax that our residents in the unincorporated area are buying and paying through online acquisitions are not coming back to us because of the state's allocation model based on the 1950s when delivery trucks would show up and drop things at commercial doorsteps. Those models are outdated. The state has the data about where the package is being delivered. The state has the data about where it's being purchased, but the allocation models haven't caught up with that. So depending on the various scenarios, whether it's an online purchase from an out-of-state or in-state vendor, we end up losing because we don't have distribution centers in our county, and because the county is proportionally has less brick and mortar retail stores because counties are typically not the economic engines of a region, it's the cities. So because of those structural deficits, the state ends up allocating sales tax based on our proportionality of sales tax that we generate in our brick and mortar. And so that hurts us all across the board. And so this is our problem with our flawed allocation models, both on property tax and sales tax. And sales tax is closer to considering reforms. Property tax is a longer challenge. I'll say from an economic standpoint, we just want to highlight things we already know. As I mentioned with the way our county, typical counties are designed, small population centers, all the commercial, all the retail, all that economics is typically in the cities. In our county, half the population, abnormally as compared to our peers, lives in the unincorporated county, half the population. Our peers are like 20%. Some counties are as low as 4%. So with that, we do not have the commensurate centers of economic that you might expect with having half the population there. And part of that is just geology. Where's the predominant amount of our land and where do people live in the unincorporated areas? It's in places where you're not going to develop retail centers in the mountains, in the foothills, or in the farmlands. So we have some economic limitations that cause us the inability to quickly turn on, let's develop this project. Let's bring a warehouse here. Now, that doesn't fit with our environment, either politically or physically. So we have our own challenges in that space. I'm going to move on to a little bit about HR 1. As this board knows, we continue to be concerned with the unprecedented level of the shift of federal policy change quickly and frequently. That's both at a policy level and at a staff level. I think our peers in Health Services Agency and Human Services Department and other county departments can talk to the change in tone that we're getting not only at the staff level, as well to match the congressional presidential office. So we're starting to see a lot of unfortunate outcomes of that in relating to the impacts of HR 1 and the changes that are flowing downhill to us. Because the state has shifted their responsibility to this county and all counties, we bear the brunt of mandated services or responding to new federal requirements to elevate our amount of work to keep people on Medi-Cal, for example. This has proven to be a systematically disadvantaged moment for counties where we have the mandates. The state's governor released in January did not provide the funding to continue those mandates, putting the onus on counties across the state to backfill that through cuts or other actions. This is a moment where politically, I think Nicole correctly framed this moment that we're in. I would finish with, we are delegating and asking the Human Services Department and Health Services Agency to partner with us in this moment and help us understand what are the impacts of absorbing this level of a reduction of this funding increase or funding decrease or staffing increase. And we'll be communicating that more clearly in our proposed budget. As a quick, I'll make this quick. We've spent a lot of time in our disaster recovery process, and we've had unprecedented actions in 2024 where we issued nearly $90 million in debt. Not many counties have had to do that. We stand, very few who've done that. And we still have $58 million of outstanding debt. Our concern here is both cash flow in that much debt of accounts receivable is out at the federal level waiting to come back to our community. 7% of our general fund by comparison, as well as the short-term impact of if we don't receive reimbursements as we built our 2024 disaster bonds, our debt service costs will go up. We expected to receive $43 million in reimbursements in the first 3 years of those bonds. Year one, we were on track. Year two, this current year, we're trending to be on track, but we don't have it all in yet. But we're concerned that if there are delays in those reimbursements, it'll shift more burden to us as our debt service costs will go up from $800,000 to $2.6 million to upwards of $4 million. So there's upward cost pressure in the longevity of interest we pay, as well as the annual debt service and the fact that we don't have this cash in our community to bolster up our reserves or strengthen our cash balances that can turn into investment earnings. So there's a lot of data points in here, but just giving a quick update, $58.4 million still remains outstanding, largely with FEMA, $53 million. We had to issue debt because we didn't have the reserves as our peers do in tapping into that cash flow to immediately respond to recovery periods. So as a way of example, we've communicated to this board 2.8 payroll cycles. When we distill down our reserves and we look at the board director reserves that equate to $45.3 million, that immediately amount of reserves that are available to respond to economic events, disasters, the board controlled reserves, that equates to 2.8 payroll cycles. That is insufficient to let us dip into that and create a runway. Our county peers are thinking about ways that they can leverage their reserves to lengthen the HR1 impact timing. We don't have that same level of flexibility. Our reserves at 12.5% are already below our 15% policy level. If we were to fund it at the 15%, we're short $26 million. And as we compare to our peers, their average funding, if we were fully funded at 15%, we'd still be short $100 million compared to the amount of percentage of general fund revenue that is held in our peer agencies. So we understand and wish we had this circumstance of being able to tap into that to extend our runway. We just are very limited in that capability. Now I will transition over to.
I am so lucky I get to do the next part of this presentation. Marcus had a short straw and talking about all the very challenging risks that we are dealing with, some of which we can influence, some of which we cannot. But I'm going to talk a little bit more about the proactive actions we've already taken as we recognized things were not as we thought. So first and foremost, we didn't wait for this report to start acting. Already with an eye towards the challenges we saw on the federal horizon, in November, the CEO implemented countywide hiring controls. And that really was around, I'll just describe it for what it was, slowing down hiring. And what that process allowed us to do was, number one, check in with our departments around how are they doing in meeting the salary savings that we assume is part of how we balance the budget. We know we're always going to have vacancies, so we know that that big number isn't, we're not going to spend the whole thing. But we actually have to monitor to make sure we meet that. So that's one of the reasons for the hiring controls. It also gave us the opportunity to talk with our departments about the criticality, the essentialness of that hire at this point in time. And I will say, most, but not all, of their requests were approved. So this absolutely slowed recruitments down, and I know that's frustrating from an operating standpoint, but it also allowed us to have the opportunity to see, are we meeting our fundamental assumptions around vacancy rates, and do we need to fill that position given what we know is on the horizon? So that's number one. Number two is really around this labor modeling refinement exercise. Our staff evaluated and refined our labor cost modeling to really improve accuracy. As y'all know, we have implemented new labor agreements with equity adjustments and cost of living considerations across all departments, or most departments. We still have 4 outstanding labor agreements that need to come to close in this cycle of negotiations. These employment contracts have improved conditions for our workforce and are in line with base pay increases by our nearby and competing counties. We know that we have staff frequently get poached by other counties. We train them up here, and then folks who have maybe better
sales tax allocations and property tax allocations can very readily lure them away. And we recognize this represents a substantial commitment to address well-founded issues facing our workforce. We were kind of in a catch-22. These are real issues that our employees experience living in the very expensive community we live in. But by doing that, we were able to identify that this series of implementation of overlapping contracts and the reduced vacancy savings that we'd seen as we filled vacancies revealed a long-term cost trajectory that was quite a bit steeper than what we were assuming. And that is why you're seeing a localized structural deficit of $23 million more, in addition to the federal impacts that we've adopted. So while that might not give you a lot of, it's not consolation, but it is an improvement in how we are approaching fiscal management. So our eyes are wide open moving forward. We are working very, very closely with our HR department to make sure we are in tight communication and coordination as they go through labor costing scenarios, and that those are better integrated into our forecasting work. The third item is, not yet. The third item in terms of current actions is very, very current, like yesterday. We had been evaluating moving to an even stricter approach to cost controls in the last 2 weeks. And yesterday, CEO Coburn sent that out to our department heads, which is we have implemented a hiring and travel freeze effective today. Now, I want to say this, we do understand that there are hiring and travel realities that our departments will need to continue, but this has moved the cost containment strategy to yet a whole nother level in terms of really trying to create savings in this fiscal year that allow us to end the year positively. That is our goal. And that's a hardship for all operating departments. So it is a hardship for all operating departments, but we have to implement these types of actions now to help ourselves as we finish the fiscal year and move to the next fiscal year. The last part I want to talk about is as part of the fiscal year 27 budget development, the CEO has been proactive in providing departments directions that they were going to have to do some very difficult budgeting work for fiscal year 27 based on what we understood our deficits would look like. And that they would have to address these large personnel and other cost increases and revenue losses through critical examination of their programs and their expenditures and make hard decisions. I will say a small amount of general fund beyond what departments were allocated in the last fiscal year was included in their budget instructions, but make no mistake, they all were facing very difficult decisions. And that's where we stand today. That this moment we have significant pressures to make very challenging decisions around services and staffing moving forward. So I'm going to go to the next slide and talk about what comes next. Despite these current actions, as I've mentioned, we will have to do more. We will have very challenging choices around staffing and service implications in the next budget development cycle that we are just starting. These choices will challenge our underlying values and highlight trade-offs. and really help us. We will have to identify what is most important in service to our community. And that's what is going to really brings us to this question of principles. Before I pass it back to Nicole, I want to just give a little bit of a preview of the work ahead in the next 3 months. All right, so just to remind everyone, what happens now after this mid-year report is, and as we've said, this is a little bit different from many of the last years. It's going to require more from all of us. Departments are doing very challenging work, have submitted their proposals to balance to the CEO, and now we take that along with priorities and trade-offs and conversations we've had with all of you to evaluate those proposals and determine what to recommend forward to you in early May. So the conversations that you start today and continue at the next meeting around principles, priorities, and trade-offs will inform the CEO in working through those proposals that are on the table right now. I do want to remind folks, again, this is a little bit of a different approach. We do have our second community convening with our community partners around federal impacts this Friday. So there's no question in our minds this will come up at that conversation as well. From there, we will bring you a balanced budget in early May. And there will be about a month for the public and for the board to look at that budget before we start budget hearings. So as difficult as the choices in front of us are, we have time for conversations. And we have time to start thinking about not just program reductions, but what are those structural changes? These are structural deficits. You need structural changes that we need to implement either on the short, medium, or long term. All right, so with that, I'm going to pass it back to CEO Coburn to talk about principles, and we'll go on from there.
Thank you. So as I mentioned in the beginning, we are presenting to you some of the foundational principles that we'd like to focus our attention around in developing the budget for next year. Our adopted final budget for the county includes a longer list of principles, which we included as attachment D in the board item. But we thought it would be useful to really pick those that we think might help guide us as we're facing these trade-offs and priority decisions. So with that in mind, the first one has to do with maintaining our legally required and revenue-generating services and staffing. Because we are the safety net for the community and are responsible for delivering those federal and state mandated programs. This is something that we need to be mindful of in terms of the services that we're offering to the community. The second has to do with taking into consideration budget impacts in a way that balance reductions to county departments and community organizations that provide essential services. So trying to the extent we can, balance the impacts across the whole county, since there are so many organizations that are doing the good work that are also delivering the health and safety net services that are at risk of being impacted. Thirdly, identifying strategies for addressing workload and/or cost shifts that do not depend on general fund support. So what are those strategies that would allow us to accomplish work or pivot our work in ways to deal with these reductions? And then the last is creating that resiliency for our budget and that fiscal capacity to be able to continue our services into the next fiscal year and beyond. So this is the first time, as part of this packet, you're kind of thinking about this more. But in terms of what that might look like as we move forward with these principles or other things that you might be bringing to us, if we're talking about the workload and the cost shifts, for example, that may look like us entertaining reorganizations or consolidations. So, that's one thing that's on our mind. It may also look like pivoting work from things that were general fund supported to things that could be funded by other sources or programs that general fund doesn't necessarily have anything to do with. The resiliency piece, I think, mostly has to do with trying to build back our reserves and build our long-term revenue outlook. So we'll be considering, what's on the horizon for the county's revenues and how do we bring more money to the county to sustain our services and build those reserves. So those are just a couple of the examples as you're starting to think about this. And we'll come back at the March 10th meeting to take a deeper dive on these principles and talk to you further and get your feedback, unless there's anything you want to provide us today. But if you go to the next slide, I want to talk about the multi-year strategies that we have in mind as we're thinking about the budget and how to address both our short-term challenges and our long-term resiliency. So you already heard Elisa mention the hiring and travel freeze that we put into effect this week. We are working on the different options and scenarios for the proposed budget for next year, which will likely entertain various service and staffing reductions. We're also looking at what deferred capital we might do. So rather than invest, which we know has hurt us in the past in terms of risks to county infrastructure and facilities, but we'll look at what's on the table and if there are things that make sense in terms of deferring. Then medium term, I think one of the most critical components of this is really that state advocacy piece, with needing to push the state very hard on trying to get us funding to help with our federal and state mandates. If the counties, and not just us, if counties are left holding the impacts of what's happening, there's going to be dramatic effects across not only our county, but the whole state. So it's really, up to the state to help us in meeting those federal and state mandates. And I had mentioned restructurings, which I know there have been some that have already been directed by the board for staff to look at, and some of those will take a little bit of time, but we're thinking through what might be possible sooner. Revenue enhancements, which I already mentioned, if there's anything else we can bring to help support county services and the funding that is at stake, and that will be disappearing from our budgets. Sales tax reform that Marcus had mentioned. You heard about all the money leaving our county. The League of Cities has been working on this for quite some time. They have actually a proposal that some cities really want to try to push forward, and that I think we're on board with. But the problem is there's only one pool of money, so there are winners and losers. And so a lot of cities who would stand to lose, aren't happy with that. But to the extent we can try to push that effort forward, would be good for us. And then long-term, again, looking at our revenues and our reserves and trying to build those up, trying to address the deferred maintenance. The good news is that through pension reform in the next decade, we should start to see some of our costs starting to go down. And so that is going to help alleviate our rising costs for other salary and benefits and, contracts or wherever else we're seeing increases. So that pension reform is really going to help us out. Longer term is addressing our property tax base and trying to, come up with an idea to reform that, because that is where we only get 13.5 cents on the dollar, as I know we've talked about many times, and trying to come up with some sort of methodology or approach to changing that would be appetizing to people to try to get that over the finish line is critical. And then just addressing the disaster costs and financing and figuring out through FEMA reform and just everything else going on related to that, how do we get money in the door more quickly to cover our costs so that we're not left holding the bag on that, is very important. So this is a critical moment. We're up for the challenge. This is going to involve both, as you heard, short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. But, we have done this before. We've gotten through difficult times, the Great Recession, the financial housing collapse, COVID-19. We can figure this out and get through this period of time and come out stronger on the other side. So with that, the last slide is just our recommended actions. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we would like you to approve all of them with the exception of number 2, which we'll put back on the agenda on our next meeting to have a further discussion with you and bring back some additional information. We have a lot of recommendations in here that are very administrative in terms of realignments and shifting money around within our budget and accepting monies that are new to us into the budget. And other than that, we're asking you to set the public hearing dates for the budget hearings coming up in June. We're happy to take any questions you have or have a discussion with you today.
Thank you so much for that report. I'm going to start by seeing if my colleagues have questions for the staff, then I'll go to public comment, and then I'll bring it back for discussion and direction. Would anyone like to start with their questions? Sometimes I feel like a teacher. Everybody looks down. Don't call on me. Anybody? Sure. Supervisor Koenig.
All right. Well, thank you for a good report, if not good news. My first question is about, I guess it's recommended action 8, which is to basically defer a feasibility study on creating a unified health and human services agency. And I think this was one of the actions that came out of the last budget cycle. My understanding is we could be facing double-digit layoffs in one or both of these departments. It seems to me prudent to look at opportunities for synergies before those happen. Even just the way this is phrased is like a feasibility study. I don't think that the intention was saying we want the two departments necessarily completely combined, right? Where are there synergies? Could they share a contracting department, for example? Or are there other positions that they could share? If anything, this tells me, just the way this is phrased, exactly what does need to change in our approach to things, right? A feasibility study, we don't need a 30-page document on this, right? We need the departments to talk to each other and say, hey, these are the positions we might have to lay off. These are positions we might have to lay off. Are there any way that we can combine the workload here and actually save some folks? And so that's where I'd like to see a little bit more engagement in this budget cycle rather than putting this off for a whole nother year. I guess there wasn't exactly a question in there, but does anyone want to speak to that?
Yeah, and so we have an objective around coming out of the original direction, Supervisor Koenig, around looking at creating a unified health and human services agency, which is a really big deal. If that work is associated with this recommendation, obviously we're looking at all options to achieve efficiencies, create synergies, and so I think we'll be doing that lighter touch work that you're speaking to, but we wanted to be responsive to also the idea of, does it make sense to have a unified health and human services agency? And there's a lot of considerations there. We're probably going to need some help to look at that. The funding sources are different, the types of services are different, and so combining them takes some analysis. And so that's just what we're asking to defer, is that bigger analysis for the huge unification. But obviously, smaller things, easier wins, we'll take any of those into consideration with this budget.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I think that was always the intention, is to look at incremental options first, rather than necessarily, any idealized form of what the result should be. Core, and you mentioned the convening with community partners this Friday. I mean, there's also the value of balanced impacts to county departments and community partners. I mean, core has been the one area where we have a lot of discretion, where we're not dealing with state or federal mandates. It seems to me that we should at least warn core contractees that they should develop a contingency plan where they don't get core funding this year. That's not to say that we necessarily will cancel the contracts. I mean, obviously there are some of those are providing absolutely essential services, food, shelter. But I think that we should at least ask folks to start doing that now, because otherwise, I mean, and maybe the question here is, maybe someone could remind me when those contracts are dated. I mean, I think they're fiscal year by fiscal year. Is that right?
Yeah, they go on the continuing agreements list. We are verifying, right now, we're in a multi-year agreement. And so based on recent direction, we're trying to figure out if there were 2 or 3 year agreements for those multi-year. The last time, most recently, we looked at it, and the board may have decided to scale back to 2 years. And so, but they're on a year-by-year basis and go on the continuing agreements list. And of course, we have an out clause in all of our agreements. So potentially, if we would need to get out of them, we could give notice.
Right. Okay, good. That was my understanding, is that we basically did renew them every year, and so every year was an opportunity to reassess. I mean, it's basically the end of February, we're talking about the end of June. I think it would be helpful, again, not desirable, but helpful if our board gave some indication that those will be assessed today, so that recipients have 3 months to at least do some contingency planning the way that we're having to do. I think it's roughly $600,000 for the housing initiative in the CEO's office. Could someone provide just a little bit more color on what that particular initiative is?
Yeah, so you might recall part of our Measure K spending plan included funding, setting aside $1 million for housing-related projects. We have been using part of that funding over in the Health Services Agency for Room and Care Board Room and Care. And so last fiscal year, we spent out everything except for $400,000. It went to a variety of, what we did spend went to a variety of buckets in HSD and HSA. It ended up not getting moved last fiscal year for that remaining $400,000, so it fell into our contingency. We are asking to bring it back out, to set it aside. There's also $200,000 remaining in this fiscal year budget for the Measure K housing bucket. And so in total, that's $600,000. We have some studies we're likely going to have to do here at 701 as part of the housing viability project. And so we may need some of those funds to support that effort, which is, the goal of that is to bring affordable and workforce housing here to our 701 campus. We also have various planning efforts in other areas of the county, whether it's area-specific plans. We have the Freedom Campus that we might want to look at opening that up again for housing. So we're potentially going to have contracts and consultants and things we're going to have to get encumbered to move forward that work. And so we're asking to move it into the CEO's office so we don't lose track of it. Of course, we're going to come back to you and report on any uses of that, but it's just to move the funds.
All right, so some of that 600,000 would be for, you said, room and shelter type activities? Or it's
No.
all for potential?
It's all for
consultant
housing,
fees?
our housing work. The room and board costs are already in the health services budget.
I mean, I think this is, I'm absolutely supportive of building housing on our various campuses, including here at 701. I think that we should definitely look at, before spending that money, look at, the various potential investments we could make and whether it falls into the short, medium, or long term. I mean, I think ultimately, building housing on this campus or any of the others is going to be more of a long-term investment. My understanding is we did sort of an initial feasibility study for this campus, and that the next phase is actually just to release a request for interest and basically ask for proposals from developers, and so that hopefully there wouldn't be like a huge consulting fee that we need to pay there, that we could still move those efforts forward by, at this point, just asking for information to be submitted from the outside. And I also think that we should balance, investments on our campuses, which could be more long-term, with any opportunities to continue to move the Streamline Santa Cruz effort forward, because at the end of the day, those are permits that we're receiving every day to build things that are going to improve property values and increase property taxes potentially this year or next year. So those are much more of a short-term investment payback, I believe. So, ultimately, we have to just be very, very shrewd about our investments right now. Building fiscal capacity and resilience was mentioned, and yeah, I mean, I think it was highlighted that we are looking at $2.9 million towards disaster debt payments, rising to up to $6.4 million in 2030, depending on how much we actually get paid back from FEMA. I mean, there's room to be hopeful still. The year is young. I think what was not really discussed very much is that just the precarious situation our infrastructure is in today, because we've basically financed so much of the services we provide over decades by deferring maintenance and infrastructure. And so it's been a relatively light winter, and whether it's this year or next year or the year after that, we could absolutely see just a lot more disaster costs hit us. And so we have to consider that. Are we looking at building into our reserves that 2.9 going up to $6.4 million that we might have to pay towards disaster debt, or are we building that into the budget in some other way?
That would come in the form of the budget. So if we saw an escalation in cost, you'd see it in a budget proposal.
In terms of like increasing our contingency budget or reserves budget, or would it just be when the bill comes,
yeah,
we're going to budget for it?
We are unable to renegotiate debt service costs. We have a legal obligation to bondholders. So if we're not able to meet our pay down expectations from FEMA, those obligations still exist. So we would just see a budget adjustment of pushing those costs upwards, and then there'll have to be a downward offset somewhere else.
Right. Okay. I think the more proactive we could be about saving for that, the better, especially because there's other kinds of disaster impacts that I don't know if we're planning enough for. And finally, there was some mention of potential revenue enhancements. Not a lot of color given to those, but would love to hear anyone discuss what some of those ideas look like from your side.
Yeah, I mean, at a high level, we still have an ability to go after some additional sales tax. So that might be, we're currently at 9.5 cents. The county on its own has a 1/4 cent left. At some point, we could look at going for that. We've also talked with you, and we've gotten some information on trying to figure out on the roadside, what we should be doing and if it makes sense to form small CSAs create additional zones, or what would be appropriate to bring in additional road funding that's dedicated and would actually get road projects done on a timely basis. So there's that. And then obviously we're constantly trying to engage with our associations and hear about what other counties are doing, to learn from them. There are always ideas that pop up that potentially we could pursue. It just is a matter of whether it's a priority for the board and an interest in pursuing them.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. So I think many of us up here have talked to our state legislators and assembly people about the property tax reimbursement that we get, which is 13.4 cents on the dollar, as not being fair whatsoever to our county. And is there a chance that we would ever either get together with other small counties that find themselves in a similar position and sue the state about this? Because I have asked, I mean, we have sat with the best, legislators that we have, and John Laird, Robert Rivas, the answer is no, we're not changing anything. Right. And so, and I think Manu in particular, Supervisor Koenig, has really tried to figure out a way to make this happen, to get these changes in place that would actually bring some parity here. And to date, we have been not unsuccessful at doing that because there is not the will to make the changes. So would we ever consider suing the state over this matter? Because I think I had heard, and I think I found this online somewhere, that Orange County actually had done that when they were looking at bankruptcy at one point, and they were able to move their reimbursement higher than it was.
Yeah, what Orange County did, there's a really more complicated story behind that. I actually talked with one of the attorneys that was involved with that, and it's not as it's being
Simple,
represented to you. Yeah, it's not as it's being represented to you. I mean, fundamentally, in order to sue somebody, you have to have a cause of action in order to sue somebody. We are, as a county, we are a subdivision of the state of California. We sit underneath the state of California. I'm hard-pressed at the moment to know what cause of action that our county would have to sue the state, what basis we would have, what claim we would make. Agreed that it's very unfair. But once we start talking about unfair or what's fair, we're talking more about policy concerns than we're talking about legal concerns, unless someone can point to me a law that restricts the legislators from doing what they're doing. And it may fundamentally be something that's more appropriate for the ballot box and for folks to be selecting to send legislators to the state who are going to fight for a different calculation.
Okay. Santa Clara gets 55 cents on the dollar. San Francisco gets 65. I think Monterey gets, 19 or something? Do you remember?
16 or 17.
But it translates into millions more dollars to their general fund. So it's just not fair. Okay, so, I'm going to repeat some of the same things Supervisor Koenig just said. Streamline Santa Cruz is very, very important because it will increase property tax. If we can get things built quickly, efficiently, it'll bring more revenue in. If there's anywhere we could build a distribution center in the county, we should be looking at that. Like there might be industrial areas. There's some in SoCal. There's some in the unincorporated areas of Watsonville that there's warehouses on there right now, or sort of dilapidated industrial areas that could be raised, and we could build something. So I think we need to look at something like that to bring more revenue, bring that $10 million of sales tax revenue back into our county coffer. Of course, grants, earmarks. There's been a lot of media recently about earmarks and local project requests coming in from our federal lawmakers, which is really important. In fact, I was on a webinar yesterday, and we've got two deadlines coming up, March 6th and March 11th. And so if we've got projects where we need money, now's the time to get those requests in. I understand we've got, investments, and we don't have generous reserves right now, but I think we could do better on the investments that we have, and I understand there are guardrails regarding that, but I do think we could be doing better potentially than what we are now. Again, economic development to bring in revenue is really important, as you know to me, and I don't see that being moved forward in any rapid way. And so I would like more focus on economic development in our unincorporated area. I just was looking at Santa Clara County. They had to cut like 365 jobs recently because they're looking at an enormous deficit over there, even with the passage of Measure A. Let me just tell you what it is. Ours looks, obviously we're a smaller county, but I think 270 million is what they just cut out of their budget. So I do think we need to be talking to you probably already are, talking to the unions about furloughs, elimination of positions, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how deeply we're going into that now, but we need to. I am very concerned about our disaster bond payments that will come due in 2027 if we can't get that $53 million paid down. Marcus, can you tell me exactly what that payment might be? I know the interest rates may change, et cetera, but what are we looking at in terms of payment out of the general fund for that bond obligation?
We've got 800,000 is our amount currently for next fiscal year. It'll jump up to 2.6 million in the out years, and I can get you the rest of the details. I think it'll reach $4.1 million at its high point in the 2030s. But we have been successful with getting the reimbursement, so there's no indication that we won't, other than everything's uncertain when it comes to the federal decision-making.
Yeah, it's come down about 30 million, right? 30-something million. In terms of our FEMA reimbursement and our,
Yes, we've had wonderful success and advocacy over the last several years. That started to slow down. We're not seeing that same level of.
Sure.
But we are still seeing the trickle in of payments.
Okay. And then the other thing, of course, I worry about is just some of the new programs that we've put into place, which are wonderful, but are going to cost our county money that we were not on the hook for, not on the hook, but weren't responsible for before, like the Children's Crisis Center, which I understand will be about $5 million or more, will come right out of our general fund to operate that unit.
Yeah, yes, so we're trying to, draw down as much federal funding we can for that center for children who become patients there. And then two, we obviously want to have that center not have empty beds. So we're going to be trying to fill it with children from outside our county to make sure that we're not at a loss. So there's been some delays in getting the licenses to open that center, but once we're fully up and operational, hopefully we'll get a sense of where things stabilize in terms of patients from our county, patients from outside the county, and what our revenues look like.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me now.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'm not sure if you're controlling the screen, but the screen with the 4 pillars. Oh, okay. Sorry. So can you talk a little bit more about like building fiscal capacity and resilience? Like what are the ideas that we have for that?
Yes, so building fiscal capacity and resilience were the new revenue options enhancements that I mentioned. But, one idea is to bring more revenues into the county. The other is to address the property tax and sales tax reforms to try to get us more of the share of the revenues, since we're losing revenues right now. So those are two ideas. And then as we have new resources, trying to build up our reserves so that we're not as, sensitive or at risk when we face these major changes at the federal and state levels.
I guess that also include, I think that Supervisor Koenig mentioned the streamlining. I think there's probably opportunities in different areas that we can start to begin to do that. South County is talking a lot about housing, adding more housing to our stock. And in terms of getting state funding, you mentioned for mandates.
Yes.
What type of mandates would we be looking at?
So we're going to be advocating very hard for the state to provide a long-term solution to fund our health and safety net mandate. So Medi-Cal, CalFresh are the two programs most significantly hit by H.R. 1, the Federal Reconciliation Bill. So we are projecting huge decreases in county revenues and at the same time, some increases in county costs because it's going to take more time to process work requirements and redeterminations. So we are asking the state to step up and to provide a long-term funding solution to not put all that on counties. That is just, it's going to hurt all of us to an extent that it's just, we can't absorb all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank my colleagues for their questions and conversations on this topic. First, I want to appreciate CEO Coburn being able to defer item number 2 for us to have some time to think more deeply about this. I know for many of us, getting this on a Thursday and having 3 days to kind of dig through all the materials and come up with recommendations, especially when many of us were traveling and engaged in other activities this weekend, I think was really challenging, at least for me and my office, to really think about what the priorities are. But I do appreciate us kind of laying out the fiscal challenges we're going to be facing, and then having an opportunity for us to really think through, what are our priorities and how do we want to prioritize how we're going to address these issues. And also just want to appreciate the fact that by delaying this portion of the conversation, it sounds like you all are going to be meeting with community organizations on Friday. There'll be some input that comes in through that conversation. We'll be able to hopefully meet with you all between now and when this comes forward on March 10th, and that'll really give us a sense of kind of being able to hear from the community, understand where folks are at, and hopefully land us on priorities that really reflect what we're hearing from the community as it pertains to how we're going to address these losses. I know that CEO Coburn and Supervisor Martinez, you two were both at the National Association of Counties this past weekend. Really want to thank you all for being there to represent the county. And I just want to try to see if there's anything that came out of that meeting in terms of how other counties are being impacted across the nation and kind of what the conversation's like at that level, because we're obviously not the only county that's experiencing this. And given that there's a convention and counties are being hit across the nation, I'm just curious if there's anything that came out of that convention that maybe is pertaining to this topic and how counties are trying to address this.
There was a lot of talk about H.R. 1. I went to probably 2 or 3 sessions on it just to hear what other counties had to say. One is that we are not alone. All the counties are facing this. The revenue reductions and cost shifts to counties are just staggering when you probably compile the numbers nationwide. I mean, there's a lot that is shifting to counties that we are just not equipped to absorb. So, I mean, that's some reassurance, right, that we're not in this alone. One thing that I heard of at the last session I attended is that NACO has an initiative working on transforming human services, and they are working with counties who are interested in looking at ways to create efficiencies or to utilize new technology to become more efficient with doing the redeterminations, doing the processing, the eligibility requirements that our Human Services Department here in Santa Cruz County does. So I already connected our director, Randy Morris, with that initiative and provided him some information. He's going to be reaching out to the California Welfare Directors Association because it may be that they are coordinating with that initiative on a statewide basis to try to learn and test things out. The goal is to figure out what different models, what different tools, what can we do differently when we have these huge changes structurally in how counties are supposed to administer these benefits. So we're hoping to learn from that effort, but those are just some of the things I heard coming out of NACO, and I'm sure we're going to be trying to stay really involved in these associations to figure out if there's anything we can test out here.
Yeah, thanks for the question. In addition to the HR1 impact, one thing that I was really listening for and just heard such alignment on was the impact of natural disasters on counties. The impact of climate change is hitting everywhere, whether it's massive floods, hurricanes, storms, freezes, in our case, wildfires. And the disaster that is FEMA is impacting counties. I mean, there are just hundreds of millions of dollars owed to communities waiting beyond 10 years for reimbursement. There are Hurricane Katrina reimbursements that haven't been received yet. And so there is really a lot of pressure from counties on the federal administration to try to expedite that. There is a bill currently that I think's been passed by the House that is future-looking, so it would put some timelines and mandates on reimbursements for future disasters. I didn't hear much relief about kind of back payment, but I think that's an area that there's just a lot of alignment from other counties. And then also just discussion about how, we can't anticipate every disaster, so how do we prepare with our community organizations, our trusted resiliency hubs, in our case, our VOABs, to be prepared in the event of emergencies and really to rely on the strength that exists within our communities, because the public sector can't do everything when this happens. And so I think there's a role for our county to work with community-based organizations to coordinate and communicate, prepare, whether it's something like a natural disaster or a government shutdown and food distribution again. And so I think there's a lot of interesting work that comes from disaster or economic downturns. A lot of creativity comes, and I think that's something that the county's going to need to do. I would say the other thing that came from this association meeting is that a lot of the state association leaders were there as well. And as a state, as CEO Coburn was sharing, CSAC is really preparing for a very strong advocacy back towards the state related to the mandates that are delegated to us. And so I think all 5 of us will need to exercise our relationships and our advocacy skills to push in lockstep with other counties to try to get the state to come up with some relief.
Well, thank you both for being there to represent Santa Cruz County. And I will say that at the recent CSAC meeting, as a CSAC rep, this did come up, and CSAC is pushing really hard against the legislature and the governor's office due to their unwillingness to provide any backfill to counties. I mean, it's just really disappointing that during a time of great uncertainty and, when bad decisions are coming down from the federal government, that our own state isn't willing to help us out at this point in time. So hopefully there's some support there, and I think it's going to require all of our continued advocacy with our state representatives to ensure that they're actually going to represent us in this critical moment. So getting back to other questions, I'm just wondering, are there any mandates that we can either put off or reduce? I mean, we've had so many unfunded mandates come down from the state, And, you know, some of them are essential, some of them maybe not so much. And so I don't know if there's been any thoughts around, you know, of some of these unfunded mandates. Are there ones where we can fund them, but they're reduced in such a way to where we can provide the basic amount of services, just knowing that they've kind of placed this obligation on us when we don't have money?
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, sometimes we can moderate our level of service for mandates. SB 43 is one of our most recent mandates that was implemented this past January, and we haven't been seeing the level of petitions that we thought we might. They've been relatively low, and so hopefully, I mean, that's good and that's bad, right? But on the good side, that means that we're having to find, we're incurring fewer costs and potentially referring fewer people to substance use or behavioral health services. So there's potentially some savings there. But the state does occasionally suspend mandates. So that might be an area that you as a board can help us. If we could suspend mandates that maybe aren't critical and that would save us funding, that would be important. I have heard that the state is considering suspending the mobile health crisis services, which does not sound like the best mandate to suspend, and so we're concerned about that. But the suspension of mandates is something we can look at and try to advocate for.
Okay. I will save my comments. I do have a few comments and recommendations, but given the time, I'll just hold off until after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I think this is to Mr. Pimentel. You know, I was looking at our, just the projections, and on one hand, this could be a little more, you know, kind of temporary, kind of cyclical challenges with the state of the world that we're in. On the other hand, there's like some real structural, long-term changes or that are going to be required. We have a real structural deficit. I guess, could you speak a little bit more to how you're thinking, or actually this could be you or CO Coburn, like how you're thinking about what is short-term, you know, the current federal administration, the current mandates, and what is, you know, well, the county has signed up for things that we just frankly can't afford in the future. We've signed contracts that just are outside of our reach. We need to restructure. How would you speak to that?
The bulk of this revised forecast is that structural component of cost that we have agreed to do. HR 1, as far as our forecast, is not impacting our forecast because, as you might recall, you know, maybe it's an hour ago now, we're assuming that HR 1 will be solved in the department submissions of the budget. Now, that may not prove to be credible, and to the extent some of that isn't solved in the submission of department budgets, that will elevate and worsen our forecast. So I think if I'm understanding where you're going, perhaps, or maybe I should ask for you to clarify, but if HR 1 is perceived to be a cyclical event that maybe at some point in time will reverse course, if that were our only challenge, I think we might approach things still with the same level of we have to do something, but the solutions might look different. Mm-hmm. What we're facing now are structural commitments that have been made over the long term that are going to be here, and we have to solve for that with a long-term lens. Well, I hope that answers your question.
It does. It's, I guess, how would you, if you could break it down, how much are our kind of labor contracts, what percentage would that be of the structural deficit that we are facing?
Right now, if you recall on the slide, $22.1 million is our estimate of how our forecast worsened. Our forecast stands at $23 million deficit for next fiscal year. So the vast majority of our current deficit projection is coming from the combination of both modernizing and updating the labor costing to determine what our long-term costs are, and seeing the trend, and we did a good job in hiring, and we have less vacancies as we used to have. That vacancy side is an example of something that we can moderate for a short-term duration, but the other part is here. So it's the bulk of our forecast.
And if I'm understanding, when we agreed to those contracts, we thought they were sustainable, but now that we're seeing the revenue side of things, the sales tax, perhaps property taxes, it was predictable. Is that where the shortfall, like because what I'm hearing and what I saw in the slides is that, the HR one, sure, the administration, it's over here, but we have a bigger structural situation. How did we not see that, or what's changing that's put us in this position on top of the HR one impact?
Some of it is just changes in revenues, but that's only a part of it. Really what Marcus had explained earlier, our forecasting and our labor costing is much better now. And so a lot of what we thought was going to happen has changed more recently with being better staffed, having fewer vacancies, people getting hired at higher steps. I mean, it's a bunch of things that have contributed to, in our better forecast model, of resulting in higher costs than were anticipated when we agreed to those labor agreements.
Thank you. I guess the rest I'll save for my comments at the end, so we can go on to public comment. I'm going to open it up to public comment. If you would like to speak on this item, please approach the podium. And we'll set the public comment period for 2 minutes.
Is it on? Oh, thank you. Becky Steinbrunner. What I'm hearing here is distressing. I've been coming to these meetings a long time, and I remember Susan Moriello, our CEO, negotiated a contract such that retiring high-level department heads would still receive 95% of their salary for the rest of their lives. That's kind of part of what we have here. But also, the fact that, and I think we can really learn from this mistake of just going crazy in our actions, buying this, buying that during COVID was crazy. And that's what racked up a lot of this debt. I remember the county rented 4 warehouses in Monterey County to potentially warehouse supplies. And the sheriff bought new ATVs so they could go out and patrol the beaches. It was crazy, and I think that it was all done thinking that we would all get it back. And here we are. So learn from this, please. When there is a disaster, don't spend as if there is no tomorrow, because tomorrow is here. And our county took out a $90 million bond to pay our debt down, and it's nuts. We can't keep doing that with an annual debt service of $6.5 million. Please do not expect the voters to approve another sales tax. We are done. We are maxed out because our property taxes are already high, and I think that you should, cause of action, go to the governor and demand ERAF funds to be returned. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Seeing none, is there anybody on the phone?
Yes, Chair, we do have callers.
Thank you.
Helen, your microphone is now available.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. I'm Helen Ewan Story, COO for the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. Appreciate the time to speak on this item. I was there in person this morning, but had to return to the office this afternoon. As you know, for over 60 years, CAB has been a trusted partner in providing critical safety net services, including food, housing support, workforce readiness, and legal and crisis response for thousands of the county's most vulnerable residents every year. This has definitely been a sobering report to review, and we understand and deeply respect that difficult budget and programmatic decisions are before you given these projections. We also appreciate that you're viewing these decisions through the lens of the county's principles, which include prioritizing direct services and the health, safety, and welfare of residents. As we know, when the economy struggles, those who are most vulnerable become even more so and need to be prioritized with equity at the forefront. We also want to emphasize the importance of ongoing partnership and dialogue with community providers such as CAB and others during these difficult deliberations. We bring experience grounded in direct client service that provides critical needs data and insights for helping to inform decision-making and participating in advocacy opportunities or other potential solutions collaboratively. With these extraordinary pressures before us as a community, we encourage your board to continue to consider strategies that help minimize cuts to essential services and share impacts equitably. As we know that a safety net can't function when there are significant gaps for certain populations or sectors, including the local nonprofit sector. CAB stands ready and will continue to be in conversation with your board to share expertise, brainstorm strategies, and partner as decisions are considered to support as strong, resilient, and equitable of a county as possible during these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now bring it back to the board for discussion and action. Would anybody like to begin? Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. So thanks again for all the hard work on this, and obviously we're in a very challenging time, but not the first time we've been here, so we'll definitely get through this. I do just want to take a moment to reflect. When I was on the city council, there was a moment around COVID when we had received like $14 million from John Laird between the county and the city to address homelessness issues, and a lot of that money went into starting up kind of positions and services that weren't one time and that were going to require longer terms of funding. And as a result, because these were ongoing costs, one of the things that came out of that is that if the city council at the time was going to move into creating those programs, that we're going to be facing a fiscal deficit because of the fact that these were going to be, we had one-time funding and then we were implementing ongoing programs and services. And I bring that up today because based on kind of the projections that we're seeing, it seems like just due to the cuts that we're kind of facing through HR 1 and some of the other issues related to lack of sales tax revenue coming back in, and also the FEMA reimbursement issues, that we now may be in a similar situation where we're facing what could be a fiscal emergency. And so I think it's really important for us to explore that when this comes back, because, you know, if we're going to go and start cutting positions, you know, if there's the need for us to renegotiate contracts, I mean, if we're really facing these fiscal challenges and there's very limited resources for us to consider, I mean, I think that is, you know, that is what defines us potentially being in a fiscal emergency. And so I think it would be worth getting some feedback on that. And if that is something that we need to take action on, you know, I think it will send a message not only to the community about the situation that we're in, but also it's something that we can share with our state legislators, share with CSAC, NACO, with all these organizations that are, you know, really seeing how badly counties are being impacted. It really is going to send that message. And I imagine the other counties may take similar actions, just given the amount of impacts that we're going to be facing from this. Similarly, I want to speak to Supervisor Koenig's comments, and I appreciate the comments that were made. Well, one, I want to appreciate the work Supervisor Koenig's done in terms of trying to get our property tax rates up and our returns to something that would be fair. And, you know, maybe there's opportunities for discussions. I mean, I think to County Council's point, you know, it might be something for the ballot box, but even if it were to go to the ballot box, it might be something that needs to go to the state level, because a lot of this is, you know, the result of Prop 13 getting passed and how we've, kind of been lumped in terms of how much we get back. But, it's a really challenging position we're in, and just want to express my gratitude to Supervisor Koenig for trying to, put some effort into us being able to have that rate changed. But additionally, Supervisor Koenig brought up core, and I want to speak to that because as a member of the subcommittee, Supervisor DeSerpa and I have been having these conversations. We recently met with staff, and I do think that based on the direction and the actions that were taken last year, the board did indicate that they wanted to move towards a 2-year funding stream, and I think that there was a little bit of discrepancy between our interpretation, staff's interpretation, but I think the subcommittee is in alignment with what Supervisor Koenig is recommending in terms of bringing that back and potentially reducing those contracts to either no more than 2 years or even less than that, just given the impacts that we're facing. When those decisions were made about core funding, Donald Trump had not been in office yet. HR 1 was not a reality. And since that decision was made, we now see, based on the presentation today, that we are going to be in extremely fiscally challenging times. And so what I might ask when the time comes for a motion is that maybe we direct staff to work with the subcommittee to draft recommendations for board consideration for the next meeting. That way, it's something that's not coming out of the blue. But I do agree that, we have some programs that are being funded currently with core that I think are not necessarily basic needs programs, and given these impacts and the need to backfill, it might be worth us reevaluating what programs we do want to fund. If there are programs that we think are not essential at this moment in time, maybe either reducing those funds after the first year, possibly the second year, but I think it is going to be in alignment with, us considering our priorities at this moment in time. And, when we were talking about, it was brought up earlier today, and it's brought up in this item around our affordability crisis and the issues that we're facing. There's only 2 ways to solve the crisis that we're in when it comes to affordability. You either pay people more or you reduce the cost of housing. And the only way you're going to reduce the cost of housing is by putting in housing that people can afford, or we're going to have to keep people's wages up. And so to the extent we can continue to balance bringing in the housing that's going to meet the current needs of the community, that's really going to help us be able to stabilize our workforce and the population here. And then lastly, I think we may need to get creative around, taxation measures. I don't know currently if this has been considered, if it's even a thing, but in the past, my understanding was with certain utilities, there would be a tax that would go back into the county, whether that was landlines, whether that was Comcast. There were like taxes and fees that would come back into local jurisdictions, in addition to the sales tax that would come from retail. And my understanding is that hasn't been happening. But the fact that, most of us are all now using streaming services, which are tied to our bank account, which are tied to zip codes, maybe there is an opportunity for us to explore whether there's, state law that can be implemented that allows us to tax streaming services and other types of companies so we can bring more revenue back into counties. So, I think we should try to figure out how we can work together to be the most creative as possible to be able to address some of these fiscal issues, because they're definitely not going away anytime soon, and we're going to have to get creative in a changing world. So happy to provide additional direction when the time comes regarding core, and also just want to hear back from Supervisor DeSerpa on the subcommittee and others on those types of proposals for core. Thank you.
Further comments? Supervisor Hernandez.
One of the things that also would be good is, earlier here today, we had folks from the bargaining units. It'd be good to kind of engage them early on these conversations, kind of bring them along so that they're, cognizant of what we're facing.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
I sat on the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board for a long time, and when I first took my seat there, they had essentially cut almost everything that they could, and we still needed to cut more. So I've been at these crossroads once before, and what I learned from that is you cut early, and you try to make up the deficit right away. You don't kick the can down the road. So I'm in favor of looking at all options available to us, including golden handshakes for people who are at retirement age. And I'm sure, honestly, you are all considering these options, but just in case that one hasn't come up yet, there are ways to address these things. But we should be looking, just at everything. Can somebody tell me, because I know one of the things that we grappled with too was I know there's been a pension reform, but we had to put tremendous amounts of match into retiree pensions and ongoing pension obligations. Which you can't negotiate any of that necessarily, but are we still having to put as much money into those two areas? I don't know if this is a question for Marcus. Because there had been sort of a spike in how much we were required to contribute, and then I know that was going down over the years, so where are we on that now?
Yeah, pension, I would start with the total cost of pension, and I'm going to put a big asterisk on that word total. It's carrying a lot of weight in the sentence. The total cost of pensions are at their peak right now in my career, 31 years or so, and are going to start trending down. They are incredibly starting to trend down. We are seeing the reforms that this county did. We were first before the state. We did our own pension reforms. And then PEPRA, with the state reforms, both of those have led to all new employees coming on board have a lower normal cost of the system. So there are more PEPRA and lower employees now than there used to be. More than half of our employees are in the new cost system. I'll get back to that asterisk on total. There's a few areas that I can go on for 5 hours, and I don't think you want me to. But what I will say is that when we look at the normal cost of pensions, it's about 8%, generally speaking, for your run-of-the-mill regular employees. That's right in line with where Social Security Medi-Cal is. The problem is the investment side of CalPERS, that they've underperformed. You were mentioning that earlier. They've underperformed historically for the last 20 years compared to your run-of-the-mill, very boring fund that you can do with your kids online. They've underperformed. And they don't bear the consequences of underperformance because their underperformance results in higher costs to us. So there's no financial commitment to CalPERS as an entity to miss their investment targets other than just peer pressure or internal. So they don't suffer the consequences of underperforming because when they do underperform, we bear the burden of those costs over the long term. So that's the problem with the pension side. It's the underperformance that's probably 60 to 90% of our problem, depending on which plan you're looking at.
Okay. And then in my experience with our healthcare costs, as a large employer, I think we had 1,700 employees. Some years the healthcare costs would go up 3%, other years it'd go up 17%. Can you, I don't know if you're prepared to tell me, but do you know about what we're paying in terms of year over year, like how much our healthcare costs are going up?
Wonderful questions. I don't know that off the top of my head. We can
no
get
problem.
that information from our HR department. In general, we've seen higher increases in the last several years than the norm.
Mm-hmm. And then, I don't know if I heard somebody say that we have maybe limited vacancies, or we've done some hiring in long vacant positions. Do we have any sense of how many positions are currently vacant across all departments?
We do have vacancy information. I don't have it right in front of me, but we've been doing a really good job in filling our positions. And
Maybe too good of a job
we have,
considering our budget.
Yes, but happy to follow up with you later.
Yeah, that would be great, just to see where we can just eliminate positions that are potentially open, where there wouldn't, obviously workload issues, but wouldn't be as big of a cost. Thank you. That's all for me.
Supervisor Koenig.
I was just going to offer a motion. There may be other suggestions or amendments, but I will move the recommended actions, not including recommended action 2, and with the additional direction that we notify core recipients that we cannot guarantee contract renewals in fiscal year 26-27, particularly for services that do not address basic needs, and recommend they develop alternative budget scenarios.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Further comments?
Can you read the,
Sure, the additional direction that we notify core recipients that we cannot guarantee contract renewals in fiscal year 26-27, particularly for services that do not address basic needs, and recommend they develop alternative budget scenarios. And then, I know you had talked about the subcommittee bringing forth recommendations. I'm not opposed to that at all. I just was wanted to bias towards early notification for core recipients, rather than, wait till at least a March 10th meeting before even beginning the discussion. And it seemed that the opportunity that we have, to have a frank conversation here, and I can't remember if it's coming days or next week, but is worth utilizing.
Do we need the notifications for bargaining units too, or that's just something that'll happen?
I'll be working with our HR director to work with the bargaining units. They've already been given this staff report, and we've been sharing information, so we'll follow up.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. I know that there's a core subcommittee, and not being a part of that, I'm not clear if this aligns with what you're coming back with. I'm not hearing any dissent, so it sounds like it's in alignment. Okay.
if I can comment too.
Supervisor Cummings, sure, go for it.
Yeah, I'll just say that, I don't have any problem with it. I was just going to try to give us a little bit more time to, be and talk with staff. But I will say that this is in alignment with where we have been going. And I think that the way that the motion's framed really just says we cannot guarantee. It's not a suspension of funding. I think that we're going to continue to have these conversations. And I believe that based on the subcommittee's meeting and our ongoing meetings, and maybe before this comes back to the board, we'll have a chance to touch base. But I do think that, the next meeting may be a good opportunity for us to bring back some recommendations, since we haven't given an update in quite some time. So, but I agree with the direction that Supervisor Koenig wants to go in.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just recommend the committee, you're welcome to bring back a report anytime, so encourage you to keep us in the loop. And just as general comments before we ask for a vote, I do want to thank the staff for your hard work on this. I know forecasting is a moving target, and you provided a lot of really good kind of economic data plus data about our organization that was helpful. So thank you for that. It's a disheartening picture, but I think that you've done a good job kind of preparing us for this place. We've been talking about it steadily for a number of months, and every bit of information will help us have a strong foundation to make important decisions when budgeting does come. I look forward to working with you and my colleagues to do the advocacy at the state and federal level that needs to be done. Counties cannot carry the water for the state. The state has delegated responsibilities to us and mandates to us, and we need to be paid to do those things. We can't do it without funding. So I will, commit to advocating on behalf of our residents and on behalf of the critical services that our county provides to ensure that we can continue to do that. And I do want to just encourage our staff and, each of us to engage our community partners and our residents as much as we can through this difficult time. I will continue to represent the county at Friday's community convening to talk about the impacts and hear more about how the impacts might be felt by our community providers. I agree with my colleagues in engaging our bargaining units as early as possible, bringing them to the table to talk about potential solutions. We're all in this together. And our community partners have done some incredible work to serve those who are most vulnerable in our community, and we need to make these decisions with them to make sure that the decisions we make reflect the true needs across Santa Cruz County. So with that, if there are any further comments or
Yeah, just one more question. In terms of some of the feedback that was provided, I just want to make sure that if that's going to be incorporated, does that have to be placed in the motion? Because I know, for example, I'd mentioned, consideration of fiscal emergency. I think there's some other comments that were made, and I'm just wondering how those will be incorporated when this comes back.
Yeah, no, I took notes and we will bring back, we're exploring a fiscal emergency already, and so we will bring back some updates on these items.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. That concludes our agenda today. So we will adjourn at 3:18 p.m. Our next meeting is March 10th at 9 a.m. and it will be here at 71 Ocean Street in the community room, the same location. See you in 2 weeks.
Recording stopped.